tone together, and you must be fair. Since we started this meeting, you have not been fair towards Councilman Mays. Just please practice some common courtesy. That's all it takes, respect and common courtesy. Thank you. I'm going to be voting no. I do not support the chair's position.
Any more discussion on this appeal? Any more discussion? Well, then I would like to say finally that this point of order in the appeal was during the section of the agenda which was organization of the city council. I was trying to move on to changes or additions to agenda, but Mr. Mays was asking to be recognized during that portion of the agenda. This portion of the agenda was simply for the chair to make announcement about committee chairs, etc. It was not a discussion item. It was not a special order. There was nothing that was under a debate. I did, however, give Mr. Mays the courtesy of recognizing him once. He spoke, I responded, and then I tried to move on again to agenda changes. So, I would also like to say that I question myself Ms. Winfrey's tone. She mentions that often, but I would suggest everybody observe their own tone and try to keep it as professional as they possibly can. So, the vote is, yes, you agree with the chair that Mr. Mays did not have to be recognized by the chair just because he wanted the floor. If you say no, then you are agreeing with Mr. Mays that I have to recognize him whenever he speaks up. So, roll call, please.
Point of information, Madam Chair. I'm not asking to be recognized every time I speak up. That's not fair. I asked to be recognized politely. You told me to wait after Ms. Galloway. I tried again. You said you don't have to.
Mr. Mays, you're out of order. I had already announced a roll call. You can't interrupt roll call with point of information or point of order. We're in the middle of the vote.
No.
Janelle, Mr. Mays, you're out of order. Please stop talking. Janelle, roll call, please, on the appeal.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Mr. Winfrey?
No.
Ms. Galloway?
No.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 4 no. The appeal fails. Now I am moving on for requests for changes and or additions to agenda, and Ms. Worthing asked to have the floor first. Ms. Worthing.
Thank you. All right, so I would like a special order to discuss emergency rules revision, plus the add-on resolution of those rules. I would like them both placed right after the executive session on the agenda. And that's my changes.
Madam President.
Thank you, Ms. Worthing. Are there any other additions or changes to the agenda?
Madam President.
Ms. Galloway?
Thank you, ma'am. I didn't understand what she's adding to the agenda. Is there some rules that are attached to our agenda?
Yes.
I believe, Ms. Worthing?
I thought.
I believe, excuse me, I believe they have been emailed to you, this add-on resolution and the revision to the rules. May I ask, Davina, have you emailed those out?
Yes, they were emailed.
Thank you.
Davina, through you, Madam President, to Davina, are you talking about add-on resolution that came to us at 5:27 before the meeting? Hello?
Just a moment. I believe there are going to be 2 add-on resolutions. There's a second one.
And how many does it take to approve?
Janelle, are you there? Davina? Hello? Can the staff answer, please?
Sorry, I was
Hello?
muted off the system.
Oh, okay. Davina?
I'm sorry, what's the direct question now?
Continue
Is
to
this
hold
the
on
correct
a bit longer. We'll be on the line shortly to answer
Janelle?
the call.
Point of order.
Just a minute, Mr. Mays. We have somebody else that's not muted that we're getting.
I'm
All right.
here.
Thank-
I'm sorry.
Very
I'm
good.
here.
All right. We're trying to get information from Janelle. Is there something you wish to ask Mr. Mays in a point of order? Could you refer to a rule? What rule has been broken?
My point of order is that we usually line up the agenda change and then we get back and discuss the details.
Thank you.
Mr. Mays, can you refer to a rule number? You must have if you're saying a rule has been breached, you must reference a rule number so I can look at the rule. If you cannot do that, then I'm going to deny your point of order and go back to Janelle and try to clarify this. Janelle, the question was council emailed Ms. Worthing's emergency rules revision with the add-on resolution regarding the rules?
Yes, ma'am.
They were.
Through you, Madam Chair, through Davina.
Valerie?
Is that the email just received at 5:27?
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I would ask for a brief special order to discuss Pierce Golf Course and the status of where that project is since it's been burnt. And then I'd also like a brief special order to talk about the compost. I've had multiple people in my area that have not had their compost picked up for 3 weeks, and I understand there's an extension, but I'm concerned that that's not going to be enough. Those are my special order requests.
Okay, so just to, you're asking for a special order to discuss Pierce Park and the demolition of the burned out? Is that it?
Correct.
Okay, and then you're asking a special order to discuss compost pickup?
The extension, yes, ma'am.
Okay, just a moment, let me make notes. Okay, any other additions or changes to the agenda?
Madam President.
Mr. Mays, I'll let you go before mine. Go ahead.
Yeah, Madam President, I'm going to ask that public speaking come right after agenda change. Public speaking and public comment and council response come right after agenda change. And then right after that, I'm going to ask that if I understand Ms. Worthing's agenda change, she said the state of emergency ordinance she want to discuss. I want to discuss that after public comment and speaking, because that goes directly to the COVID-19. So if her is approved to move there, I'm going to try to move it up further.
Okay, just to
If I'm
clarify,
understanding her request right.
Mr. Mays, I do not believe Ms. Worthing's special order was for the same topic you're discussing. she has a special order request to request emergency rules revision. So you were asking for a special order to do what? I have the public speaking response after agenda change.
I want to have a special order to discuss the real COVID-19 and emergency rules and opening and closing the city hall and people who can get affected and die. I want to discuss, I thought she meant the state of emergency ordinance, the meeting that y'all boycotted. Those are the rules that I'm trying to put back at the top of the business of the city of Flint as it is nationwide.
And where are you requesting that this special order be put?
It can be a council discussion. It can be a special order. I heard once y'all muted me out what you look at as a special order. It's right now located down in council discussion. We called a special meeting. 5 council people and the mayor didn't show up. People are dying. I'm asking to put it right after public comment and council response prior to executive session.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mays. Are there any other agenda changes?
Yes, ma'am. I'm asking that the request for executive sessions be split up and the votes be separately as it relates to the water crisis litigation and then as it relates to the other executive session requests. That's the third request for agenda change. And then the final request would be to separate the water litigation resolution and to move that resolution up after the executive session, immediately after the executive session.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mays. Does anyone else have an agenda change? Because I have a few.
Madam President, thank you so much. I actually wanted to see if it would be possible before we move on the resolutions to hear a brief overview from the administration so that the public will know what the resolutions are and why they're there, which usually is done during our committee meetings. And of course, because of public safety and everything, we're not having them. And so I was hoping that we could vote on having the administration share the overview of the resolutions before they go, before a motion is made and discussion is had.
Point of information.
Mr. Mays, what is your point of information? Actually, it's a request. Request for information is the correct term to use under the current rules.
You recognize it. Thank you.
What is your request?
Through you, Madam President, to Ms. Galloway, are you saying you want that agenda change to be prior to resolutions, and can it also include that we can ask questions based upon that presentation, or they just to do a presentation? What's your intent?
Either one. I just want the information to be shared. Madam President, I'm sorry. Can I respond or no?
Yes. Go ahead and respond.
Either way, I just want to make sure that we get the information, that the public hears it, that it's on the public record without being interrupted by colleagues.
Madam President, this is Davina.
Davina? Go ahead.
Yes. I just want to point out in response to what Councilwoman Galloway is asking for. The one resolution it's from us. It's an administrative thing that we need to do once again in regard to a hearing. So I don't know that anybody from the administration knows anything about it because it's actually one that we wrote up ourselves. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm sorry.
Davina, so this is add-on resolution number 2?
Right, the one for the emergency, the electronic public meeting procedures. You've done it before. We just had to redo it. So I don't know that
And
administration
that, as I understand it, is to set the public hearing, reset the public hearing.
That's correct. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you,
Point
Davina.
of information.
What is your request for information, Mr. Mays?
What is add-on number 1 then?
It's a resolution, Mr. Mays, being proposed by Ms. Worthing, the chair of the Rules Committee. That has been emailed to you. Okay, now I would like to add a couple of these agenda changes. Okay, my first one was actually just taken care of by Davina, that add-on. My second one is I would like to move Special Order 200477 regarding Raymond Brothers, who are doing our audits, just before the resolutions, and I would like to vote on Resolution 200479 during that special order or immediately after. My second agenda change is I would like to move Special Order number 200469 nuisances to after resolutions before ordinances. And then legal has asked to postpone the executive session on the water litigation. So when we get to Mr. Mays' request to separate them, it's not necessary because they have asked to postpone them. And I am going to postpone that without objection. Is there any objection? Okay.
Point of order. Point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr. Mays?
Madam President, if you really was going to be specific about the difference between point of information and point of order, when you chairing a regular meeting, those things are not done by objections. The action in these meetings require a vote. Now, this is the second time I've heard you say that, but you better brush up on it if you're going to be the president and take action in a regular meeting. This ain't a committee meeting. Be careful.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Mays, but I believe I can request this without objection unless somebody objects. Are you objecting to that?
I've got an objection. Yeah, I've just made it, and I'm trying to be a certain way. Yeah, I'll object to that.
Okay, well, then I will put that as an agenda change that the legal, our city attorney has asked to postpone the executive session on water legislation. Also, the administration has asked that we postpone Resolution 200488, the decision on the water settlement, and I would like to add a special order to this agenda to discuss the details of the settlement with counsel and the attorneys, and I would like that right before public speaking. So under discussion, I will explain that. So, we're now going to vote on these. First agenda change is Ms. Worthing has asked for a special order regarding emergency rules revision, plus an add-on resolution number 1 regarding the rules, and she's asked to have both put on right after the executive session. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam President.
Ms. Mays?
Yeah, if they asking that both and all executive sessions be postponed or canceled.
No, Mr. Mays, they were only asking, there were 2 executive sessions proposed by legal. One is, just a moment. One was the...
I'm simply asking, and I'm asking because...
You're out of order. You're out of order. I have the floor. The other was, they've asked for an executive session on ULIS by Paul versus City of Flint Workmen's Compensation Case W18001-851. Is there any other discussion on the
Ms. Fields, if I may. The reason I asked because Eva Worthy's proposal said I had the floor. I was communicating. May I be recognized?
Yes, you may be recognized.
Okay, thank you. The reason I asked a question that I really didn't hear the answer to, the placement of this request had something to do with the executive sessions. Even though you told me the details of the 2 executive sessions, my question was, if there's no executive session, where would this be placed? I'm anticipating that we're going to agree with legal and postpone executive session. This is placing something. I'm going to support the discussion. I'm trying to figure out, if there's no executive sessions, where would this be placed? Now, you can have the floor, you can holler at me, but that's all I'm asking so I can make some decisions.
It would be directly before presentation of minutes if we have no executive session as it is scheduled on the agenda. Is there any other discussion? Ms. Worthing.
I just want to clarify a little bit. It is in everybody's mailboxes, but the City Council adopted its last version of rulings governing meetings of the Council on June 12th, 2017. And that City Council's annual review of Council rules takes place every December during the Special Affairs Committee agenda. And it's impractical for City Council to hold Council committee meetings during the COVID-19 pandemic. So I'd like for us to discuss adopting the rules that we had already placed at this time. Who made us forget?
Anyone else like to discuss this? Anyone else like to discuss this agenda change? I would just like to add what, just a moment, I'm getting static. Could everybody mute? And then could everybody mute, and then I can figure out who's asking for the floor.
Madam Chair, that was Councilwoman Galloway asking for the floor for a second.
Okay, Janelle, if you've taken care of the noise, thank you. Ms. Galloway.
So, Madam Chair,
I'm sorry. Ms. Galloway, I'm so sorry, but I'm still getting, somebody's conversation is echoing, and so I can't hear you correctly. Janelle, can you please take care of it?
Yes, I got it.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Galloway, now you can proceed, and we can all hear you.
Thank you, Madam President. So are we at the point where you're starting with the first one? I heard Councilwoman Worthing. Are we at the add-on now? I think I'm a little bit confused. You said, are we doing any more discussion? Have we entered into each change and now we're into discussion before voting?
Yes.
Okay.
We're under discussion on the first request for an agenda change.
Okay. And so this is an emergency adoption of the rules. As I saw, I see that we received it at 5:27, so I didn't get a chance to really look at it. Is the only thing being added onto there the emergency changes because of COVID, or are there other things in the council rules that are changing from what we have adopted to date? And then I'm not done with the floor, if I can have that question answered.
Okay, the only rules that are being added are the rules that council adopted by majority vote. There are 5 rules that were adopted in committee by a majority of council on October 9th, 2019. Unfortunately, we never finalized the rules committee with the revision of all the rules. It wasn't passed on to City Council for a final vote, therefore being able to vote on it, hold a public hearing, and publish. So this emergency rules revision, as I understand it, is to formally adopt on an emergency basis, and I'm going to ask Ms. Worthing to actually read the resolution. But
Actually,
she
Madam President, if I still have the floor.
would you like me to finish?
Yeah, I do. I just would like to know, because there were more than 5 that the council wanted to adopt while working with COCO. And so what I would like to hear from my colleagues before reading the resolution for me is which 5 rules you are saying were adopted by council in committee, which we know that nothing can be adopted by committee in committee meetings. We simply move them to council. And so if they're not moved to council and done, what we discuss in committee is just that, a discussion. So if you don't mind, I'd like to know the numbers of the ones that are being changed or revised in an effort to vote effectively, please.
Ms. Galloway, that's a fair request, but I would state that this discussion is simply about putting it on the agenda. When we get to the special order and we get to the add-on resolution under discussion, that is the correct place for you to receive that full information.
Perfect. I was not. That's what I thought we were in. That's what I asked you for clarity, and you said no. We are in.
Just on agenda changes, voting on
No
agenda
problem.
changes.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion on this? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Davis,
Yes.
Mr. Guerra,
Yes.
Ms. Fields,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey,
Yes.
Ms. Galloway,
Yes.
Mr. Griggs,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing,
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
9 yes. We are now putting on the agenda the motion for a special, let me use my red pencil so I can keep track of all of this. A special order right before, after executive session if we have them. If we don't, then before presentation of minutes to discuss emergency rules revision, plus add. That's what we're voting on. Okay, roll call.
Point of information, point of order.
Mr. Mays?
Why would we be at a roll call?
Mr. Mays? Mr. Mays? Is it a point of order or is it a request for information? They're different.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Why are we at roll call on something new and haven't had discussion?
We already
Mays?
voted on this one. I'm sorry. This is Janelle, Madam President. You already
Yeah.
voted on that one.
Yes, you're correct. And I said roll call. Mr. Mays is confused about discussion, I believe. We just had the vote to add this to the agenda. And that's where we have moved it to. Okay, next, I'm going to take this a little out of order, but it just allows me to keep track better. Add on resolution number 2, which is to reset a public hearing date regarding electronic public meetings and change, I guess, requirements under the new revised Open Meetings Act. We're having a public hearing on that. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam
Any
President.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I don't think I was really confused. I just want to say that. But the question about add-on number 2, is this simply to add it on to the master resolution?
Yes, sir. Janelle, may I ask you, all of council has been sent this add-on, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no. Add-on number 2 is added to the master resolution. Okay, now that brings us to, let's see here, I'm on the second page. Ms. Galloway has asked for a special order to discuss Pierce Park and the status of the demolition of the burned out clubhouse, I believe it is. Is there any discussion? And may I ask, first of all, I'd like to ask Ms. Galloway, where did you want that? You didn't specify, just under special orders?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, any discussion? Any discussion? I'd like to say one thing. I've been getting a lot of complaints myself from residents who want to know how this is going to be handled and when, so thank you for putting this on, Ms. Galloway. All right, roll call.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
9 yes, 0 no.
9 yes, 0 no. We've added the special order to discuss Pierce Park and demolition status of the burned out clubhouse. Okay, the next request for special order by Ms. Galloway was to discuss compost pickup. Is there any discussion?
Madam
Any
President.
discussion? Mr. Griggs?
As far as I know, the pickup has been delayed to December 5. Is there something going on? I mean, we were notified of that probably a week ago.
Well, Mr. Griggs, we are now not in discussion on the actual special order. We're just in discussion on putting it on the agenda as a special order.
Oops, sorry.
That's okay. All right, anyone else? Hearing no more discussion, roll call.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
9 yes, 0 no.
9 yes, 0 no. We have moved that second special order by Ms. Galloway to discuss compost onto special orders. The next request was from Mr. Mays, who wanted public speaking and council response after agenda changes. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Well, I would like to say that my request for an agenda change would which I will vote on in due course, is I wanted to move it up after Ms. Worthing's thing, but as a special order in discussion. So I won't be agreeing with this to move it right after agenda changes, but let's hear the will of the body. Hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 2 no.
All right, just a moment, I have to change it in my agenda. Let's see, the next request. Minute, making notes here. My agenda looks like a map. The next request by Mr. Mays is a special order to discuss real COVID-19 emergency rules and closing the city hall, and he wants to put us after public comment. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam President. 4 council people, Mr. Winfrey, Ms. Galloway, Ms. Winfrey Carter, and myself, took time and came in a timely manner, I think, last Wednesday. And coincidentally, I don't know what it was, but it's not normal that 5 council people, we were 1 short of a quorum. It was you, Eva Worthing, Mr. Griggs, Ms. Worthing, Mr. Griggs, yourself, Mr. Davis, and Mr. Guerra was curiously missing, and Mr. Neely had been requested. This COVID-19 is serious. We're in an uptick. The holiday is coming. I'm suspicious about people in certain departments in the city right now affected in more ways than one. This is what I'm hearing. We have a duty to discuss the emergency ordinance, and I'm saying we're all here. It's #1 priority across the nation. I'm praying and hoping the vaccines and whatever. So the water settlement is important, and COVID-19 is just as important. So I'm going to be voting to discuss this tonight while 9 council people is here. I'll be voting yes for this agenda change, and I'm telling you, that's all I can do. I've got a duty to look out for the health, public safety, and welfare of the employees and the citizens of the city of Flint. And I know what the ordinance say we shall do, should do, must do. And it's an executive branch and a legislative branch. And I don't care if I only talk for 5 minutes, I'm going to be voting to have this discussion. And so it's that important that the people know and you know what this agenda change is all about.
Madam President. Madam President?
Beg your pardon, I muted myself. You have the floor, Ms. Worthing.
Okay. I'm going to vote yes for this. I believe a proper place for this discussion is exactly where it is right now, as a special order during a regular scheduled council meeting. any two members can call a meeting. It doesn't mean that it's an emergency or that there's valid city business going on. And so I had a previous obligation, as I'm sure some of my other colleagues did as well. But I'd be more than happy to let Mr. Mays discuss what he thinks we shall do as a council during this special order. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Worthing. Any other? Mr. Davis?
Thank you for indulging. As well, it was spare the moment when I noticed, even when I spoke to Janelle, it was not long before the meeting was, and I was already engaged. But it's very concerning what's going on with this COVID. And Councilman Mays got a very important factor. I done lost even more friends to this, I call it a plague. So I think it's very proper to have an emergency discussion about what's going on in our community, and I can't agree more. Thank you for indulging.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any other discussion? Well, I would like to say something. While I agree that this needs to be discussed, I believe we need the mayor here. The mayor will not be able to be here at this particular meeting, so I would like to order it as a special order for the next council meeting when we can actually have the mayor here to ask questions of and in order to have a full discussion. So I'll be voting no on this special order tonight. But I will, if we don't have it tonight, be willing to put it on the agenda as a special order for the next council meeting where the mayor can be here. Any other discussion? Hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 2 no.
Vote is 7 yes, 2 no. This will be placed on the agenda as a special order to discuss COVID-19 emergency rules, closing the city hall, and closing the city hall. Okay, brings us to the next request. Mr. Mays has asked on executive session that we split up and vote on them separately. Is there any discussion?
Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah. If proper, I would move to amend that and grant the request by moving to postpone both of the executive requests for executive closed sessions that's on the agenda, and I would so have moved to amend that agenda change.
There's been a motion to amend to postpone both executive session requests.
Madam Chair.
Is there a second? Yes.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Davis?
I second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion?
Madam President,
Mr.
the question would be is the motion to postpone or drop through you to Ms. Wheeler. It sounds like she got something she want to say.
Ms. Wheeler, could you respond?
Yes, the one that we need to proceed with would be the workers' compensation case. So I would ask that that stay on there. It will not take that much time to go through. We also have a companion resolution on the agenda this evening. So I would ask if you would please keep that one for this workers' comp case for Mr. Van Pelt on the agenda.
Mr. Mays, you have the floor.
So I would do what's in order is a second amendment. I would amend the agenda change to drop the water crisis closed session request and the workers' comp one remain. And I so move.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Mr. Davis?
I second.
Mr. Davis has supported this motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no. The one request for executive session will stay on there regarding the workman's comp. A moment, gotta make a note. Okay, that brings us to Mr. May's fourth request, that we separate the water resolution and move it up after executive session. Is there any discussion?
Madam President.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, just for clarification purposes, it doesn't matter to me. But I know this water settlement thing is so important. I know it's been another caveat added, and I'm going to vote in favor of that Ms. Galloway talked about. My concern is the evil wording voted upon request. When I say after executive session and she say after executive session on her request, it's only one spot there. You know, if we have to acquiesce in order to keep with the one we voted on, but I don't want to get into this later. The best time is to get into it now. So just so you know, I'm aware of what we're voting upon and what's been said, and in order to come in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Any more discussion? Any more discussion? Well, I'm going to be voting no on this agenda request because my agenda request for a change edition is to postpone, per the request of the administration, the water settlement resolution until the next council meeting, and instead to add a special order so council and attorneys can fully discuss this on this agenda and to put it right before public speaking. So I'll be voting no on Mr. Mays' agenda change. Any other discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Madam President, I was muted. I was trying to get in.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mays, we've already started roll call and took one vote. Move on, Janelle.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
No.
Ms. Fields?
No.
Excuse me. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
No.
5 yes, 4 no.
5 yes, 4 no. So we have voted to separate the water resolution, which is number 200488, and move it up after the executive session, but we've already voted to have Ms. Worthing's after the executive session, so this would have to come after that, I believe. Just a moment. Okay, and then we come to the rest of, let's see, we haven't voted on my agenda changes yet, have we, Janelle?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so we already voted on the add-on, and that brings us to, I've requested that we move special order number 200477 regarding Raymond Brothers, our auditors, set it before resolutions and vote on resolution 200479 either during or immediately after.
Madam President?
Special order. I beg your pardon?
Madam President, this is Janelle.
Janelle?
I believe you missed one. Ms. Galloway asked for a brief overview from the administration on resolutions prior to resolution.
Ah, you're correct. Okay, well, let's vote on my one change first, and then we'll go there.
Okay.
Point of order.
Thank you. What's your point of order, Mr. Mays?
Let's not. Let's just do them in the right order.
Mr. Mays, a point of order, you're saying there's a breach of the rules. Could you state the rule number that has been breached?
It's just we called it in the union here, we called it, you know, what the practice that we do all the time. I cannot cite a specific rule that say you take them as you get them and you save yours for last. It's just she called it to your attention. I'm knowing what's happening and I'm just listening to you. You do as you please.
Well, Mr. Mays, that is not a true point of order, so I'm going to deny it because it is not a breach of the rules because you can't state a rule number that breaches. So, Janelle, where does this bring us back to? I have requested this agenda change. I'll repeat it. I've requested that we move to special order 200477 regarding Raymond, our auditors, right before resolutions and vote on resolution number 200479 during or immediately after this special order. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no. So that special order and resolution will come immediately before resolutions. Then let's go back to Ms. Galloway's request, the one I missed. Ms. Galloway has requested that we hear a brief overview of resolutions before the resolutions and allow council members to ask questions without a motion being on the floor. Is there any discussion?
Point of order, point of information.
We did it, Ms. Galloway.
Madam
Ms.
President,
Galloway,
that
we
was
did
not
it.
my motion. That was not my motion. I
Ms.
request.
Galloway,
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
you have called two privileged motions. Which one is it?
Can I just have the floor to clarify my motion that you erroneously repeated?
Yes, absolutely, you can clarify. Sorry, I did not repeat this correctly. Please go ahead. That's what I wrote down in my notes.
No problem. What I was saying is I was hoping that the administration can give an overview of the resolution without being interrupted by council before we take up the resolution, since we don't have any committee meetings.
Let me ask for further clarification, Ms. Galloway. So you're saying to have them explain the resolution, but to have no council discussion prior to a motion being made. You just want them to explain the resolution before. Ms. Galloway, you really don't have to do that, because I will basically read the resolution number. I mean, you're certainly entitled. Wait a minute, Ms. Galloway, I have the floor. You're certainly entitled to do that, but I am perfectly willing to just read the resolution number and ask them to do that before we have council discussion.
Madam President, I would ask that it would be, I did repeat it the way that I wanted it, in an effort to not have council, but again, like I said, for the record to be clear, so that when we come to it and the public to hear, and that it not be impeded. And so I did make it, and I'm hoping that my colleagues will support that. And that way the dialogue may be less, I don't know, but that's what I'd like to be doing.
Okay, so is there any discussion? And Janelle, do you have that written down correctly?
Yes, I think I do.
Would you like to repeat it before we discuss it and then have a roll call vote?
She would like a brief overview from administration on each of the resolutions as they come up without interruption from council members. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, unbeknownst to me until you spoke, and I'm hearing that they don't even want us to vote on the settlement resolution. Through you to Ms. Wheeler, is that accurate? Y'all asking us not to vote on the water settlement resolution this meeting?
Okay, we're requesting to be adjourned to the next meeting.
Okay, well, that's a major thing, because it's been all on the news. I know it was a 2 o'clock Zoom meeting that I looked at. And so I'm going to support Ms. Galloway's communications. And I'll see if through you, Ms. Fields, to Ms. Wheeler, do you plan, if we vote to approve this, do you plan to communicate and talk to us a little bit uninterrupted about this proposed resolution that won't happen today?
Ms. Wheeler?
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. Did you say, do we want to talk to you about it?
Yeah, we voting on an agenda change where you or somebody is going to be requested to communicate about this proposed resolution.
Right. Like I said, I believe that was on the agenda for a special order for the discussion. So, yeah, we talking about it. Yes, please.
Okay, and so through you, Madam President, to Ms. Galloway, I had no problem listening to him. I listened to the whole discussion at 2 o'clock. And once they finish uninterrupted, is your intent for us not to be able to ask a question?
Madam President, may I?
Ms. Galloway, you may respond.
Thank you. Councilman Mays, we have our dialogue during the motion being made. I just wanted to not have to use any of my time during that discussion. I'd like to hear, with the administration not being interrupted with questions, and then any questions could go under debate as normal.
Yeah, I can support that then. I just want to clear that up for the record. I didn't want to get into that jump to try to ask a question and be wrongfully muted. So thanks for clearing that up. And I'll be voting yes on this all-important discussion and communications in a public arena. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Any more?
here.
Mr. Guerra?
Yeah, just to Ms. Galloway, I think this is a great motion, especially going forward. It allows the residents who really aren't able to see stuff because we're all virtual now, and the council to get a general idea of it. And hopefully it does cut down on discussion time when the motions do come. So I think this is a good idea, and hopefully it works out well today so we can proceed with it in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Guerra. Any other discussion? I'd just like to say I will support this motion, and I want to make sure council is clear on this. Ms. Galloway is asking for the administration to explain the resolution, okay? But council, without having, because we have a rule that says there must be a motion on the floor before we then discuss, and normally before we even get info. So I have no problem with that, but council needs to understand that they're not, part of the motion is they're not going to be asking questions of the administration until the motion is made, it's on the floor, and we're under discussion. So,
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr. Mays?
I don't understand that was the order of this agenda change. Uninterrupted while the presentation, but questions could be asked before a motion. That was my understanding. You just said something different, so that ain't the order of how I do it.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah.
Could you cite the rule number? You're claiming there's a breach in the rule.
Okay, let me do this. Let me do the point of order on this. Before you call for the vote, we get a second go round. May I have the floor?
Mr. Mays, I'll gladly give you the floor. You're withdrawing your point of order?
Yeah.
Okay,
if
then
I
you may have the floor. Go ahead.
If I may, I specifically been asked twice, and it's been answered twice by Ms. Galloway, the maker of the agenda change. She didn't say that once a motion was made, then we could ask questions. I specifically asked, was the intent to listen uninterrupted, then ask questions? The answer I heard was yes. You've now put on the record something different, and I didn't hear that. So, through you to the record or to Ms. Galloway, is that what you meant to do, what you just heard her say?
Yes, Councilman Mays.
Okay, then I can't support this motion because they have already been recorded as giving their spiel. And I'm not using this for a duplicate form. There are some specific questions that need to be asked about objections to the settlement. There are some specific questions that need to be answered in a public arena. That's why I wouldn't go in executive session. So I know about the 3% for property damages. I know they said on the video renters and homeowners. I must ask the...
Or request for information?
There's a request for information, Ms. Worthing?
Yeah, I think Mr. Mays is confused. Like, this isn't about just one specific resolution or agenda item. It's for every resolution that we're going to vote on from here on out.
Are you honoring that point of information? That was more like a statement, Ms. Fields. You've been checking me left and right. You gonna check the white people?
Mr. Mays, if you'll give me the time to address what Ms. Worthing just said, it was more like a statement rather than a request for information. I'm the chair. I can handle this. Have a little patience and allow me time to respond. Ms. Worthing, would you like to restate that as a request for information?
Well, I think I said it. Is he aware of what this is? I think he's confused.
Madam President, if I may continue.
Certainly.
Now, I didn't hear you chastise her on the rules and how to use them like you do the black man from the north side. I'm going to say this. I'm not confused. I know how to strategically, during an agenda change, talk about a specific question which had to do with 3% renters and homeowners because I'm very knowledgeable and not confused. Don't care if the motion pass or fail, but do care about asking the correct questions in a public forum for adults who might be left out, Ms. Worthing. So, I'm not confused.
Please, do not just blurt in and take the floor, Ms. Worthing. Mr. Mays, are you finished?
Not in the same attitude I started. I'm getting tired of the condescending. You started this bill saying I'm confused. I'm not confused. Who's blurting in? You gonna warn them for being out of order?
All right. Let's just stop this. There's no argumentative discourse here on a point of information. I have allowed Ms. Worthing a point of information. You chose to proceed. Finish your discussion, and then the chair has something to say. Go ahead, Mr. Mays. Finish up without getting argumentative, please.
Anytime somebody speaks condescending and the chair and the sidekick say I'm confused when I'm an intelligent Michigan State graduate, I take offense and I think that's argumentative. And so if you don't catch it first, I'll catch it second, third, and fourth. I'm going to wrap up in about 10 seconds. Y'all need to cut it out. The world and people is watching. Common sense and honesty and truth and godliness will prevail. And I'm going to pray for y'all.
Mr. Mays, Ms. Worthing asked for a request for information, not a point of order. Only a point of order is a statement that someone is breaching the rules, and that's when I ask for you to state what rule number has been breached. A request for information is simply that. There is no number or rule number to be stated. So there was no discrimination. You're out of order, Mr. Mays. Don't interrupt me. So there was no reason to ask Ms. Worthing for a rule number because she didn't call a point of order. She called a request for information. So there was no discrimination against you whatsoever. I have only asked you for the rule number when you have asked for a point of order. Okay, is there any more discussion on this agenda change? And Mr. Mays, you've had
No. Point of information.
No, everyone, quiet. Mr. Mays, I'll allow your request for information, and then we're going to have roll call on this request for, or actually, I get to respond, because I haven't had a chance yet, and then we're having a roll call.
Madam President, I was asking for the floor.
We will have Mr. Mays' request for information, then I will give Ms. Worthing a chance to have the floor on discussion on this agenda change, and then I will have discussion on the agenda change. Mr. Mays, what is your request for information?
All of what you just said, isn't it true that a request for information, a point of information, is a quick inquiry to the speaker who has the floor, not a statement about them being confused and so forth? You don't even have to respond. I know the answer.
Mr. Mays, I have already responded to that, and I did chastise Ms. Worthing and told her that she made a statement and had to pose a question in a request for information. So I already did that. I guess she must have missed that conversation. Now, Ms. Worthing, you have the floor on this agenda change.
First of all, I requested information and someone knocked on my door So I apologize if I didn't ask it correctly as I was distracted and my 6-year-old was answering the door. So that's one. Two, I wasn't trying to mock or insult anybody, although I do feel that that was the intentions of someone else to do to me. And third, if he's not confused, then I'm confused, because he's directly stating one resolution that we're going to talk about, the water settlement, and what I hear Ms. Galloway say is every resolution that is ever stated will be discussed by administration before we can discuss it. So who's right? Can someone please answer me that?
Thank you, Ms. Worthing. I'm going to have Janelle read back verbatim the agenda change that Ms. Galloway asked for, but it is my understanding that her request for administration to explain each resolution prior to a motion being made, okay, did involve all resolutions, not just the one resolution, and that she stipulated clearly that in her language that it did not open it for debate or discussion at all by council. There was no Q&A there. So, Janelle, could you please, until a motion is on the floor and then there is discussion, could you reread Ms. Galloway's addenda change?
It's my understanding that what you said is correct. She said she'd like a brief overview from administration on each resolution as it comes up, and when they're talking, she wants no interruptions from council.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Chair.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays? Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I was muted. Sorry about that, Madam Clerk. Roll call. My answer is yes.
That's 9 yes, 0 no.
9 yes, 0 no. So, prior to each
Point of
resolution...
information. Did
What is
Ms.
your request?
Worthing vote yes? Did Ms. Worthing vote yes or no?
It was 9 yes, 0 no.
It was 9 yes, 0 no. There are 9 council people, therefore Ms. Worthy voted yes. So, prior to each resolution, administration will be requested to come on and explain that resolution, and to be clear, in order to discuss it and ask questions moving forward, a motion will have to be on the floor, and then we will have discussion time. Okay, so back to my request. I had asked to move special order number 200469, which is nuisances abatement, requested by Mr. Davis, to after resolutions before ordinances. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no. Special order 200469, nuisances and abatement, will go on after resolutions before ordinances. And then my last request, and I'm not quite sure because this has gotten so confusing, the administration, I had asked one to postpone the executive session on water litigation. I believe we've already decided that on another vote to agenda change, so I will withdraw that particular request. And then, since the administration had asked to postpone or adjourn Resolution 200488 on the water settlement, I wanted to add a special order to this agenda to discuss the details of the water settlements with the attorneys being present, and I wanted it right before public speaking. So, if we do that, then there's going to be some confusion, because, help me out here, Janelle, where do we we don't have a special order, we just have the resolution, correct? Or do we have discussion after public speaking on the water settlement?
Checking my notes. Move water litigation up to after executive session. That's what you have.
Okay, well then I will drop my second request then, because it looks like that's already kind of been decided. So it appears we now have an agenda. I'm asking staff to help keep me on track because I've got so many notes on my agenda. I'm going to try to follow it, but it's hard to follow. Okay, cool. Who's asking to be recognized?
This is Davina.
Davina. Yes.
I just want to make sure, and I'm confused as well, that you actually did vote to add on the other resolution to set the public hearing regarding the electronic public meeting.
Yes, ma'am, they did.
We did. Okay?
Okie dokie.
Okay, so now we're moving on, and on the agenda is the executive closed session. Could we hear
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
Mr. Mays, I heard you the first time. What is your point of order? What rule has been breached?
We voted to have public comment and council respond after agenda changes. That's where we're at.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Like I said, it's pretty hard to keep track of all of these. All right, so I guess that brings us to public speaking. Have to wait a bit, Miss Wheeler. All right.
Madam President.
Wait a moment, Mr. Mays. I would like to say that when the public comes on, okay, please state you will be told you are now unmuted. At that time, state your first and last name, and you can say whatever you wish. That is your right, as long as you're not attacking anyone or being vulgar or using profanity. But I'm making an appeal to the public to hear constructive comments instead of just negativity, because only constructive comments are really helpful.
Madam President.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Mays? Yes?
Yeah, Madam President, I was just going to say that, something at that time. Now I'm going to say this at this time. Be careful when residents petition government and criticize me, Trump, you, anybody else. They can criticize us in our duties and public capacity, so don't limit their freedom of speech. Be careful with that, because I'll protect them. I'll appeal the ruling of the chair. if you interrupt them. So be careful with that. I've been listening to that tone you've been setting. They got the right to criticize government and criticize us in our official capacity. That's not a personal attack.
Mr. Mays, my response to you is I did not say anything about the public couldn't criticize us or anyone else. I was very careful with their First Amendment rights. My comment was simply that they, according to rules, they cannot attack, they cannot use profanity or vulgarity, or they will be ruled out of order. And I just mentioned that it's more productive to have constructive comments rather than negative comments. So thank you, Mr. Mays.
Madam President.
Point of information.
First, I believe I heard Ms. Galloway. You'd like to say something?
Yes, ma'am. And Madam President, although I respect what you're saying, it's almost like you are offering a chastisement, and we do understand that constructive criticism and all of those things. But when we have a frustrated constituency, they have the right to speak. So when we say certain things, I just think we ought to be careful. The climate is tough. People have been shut up in their houses. And so it almost seemed like someone as a parent, and I get what you're saying, but people should have the right to speak. And like you said, as long as they don't violate the rules, use profanity and things like that. So thank you for recognizing me, Madam President.
You're very welcome, Ms. Galloway, and I don't know if that was necessary because I believe my statement in response spoke for itself, but thank you for your comment, and I'm sorry, did you follow, did Mr. Mays?
Request for information.
Just a moment. I believe Mr. Mays had asked for something prior to me giving you the floor.
Ms. Fields.
I want to recognize.
I'm not going to even.
You're out of order. You're out of order. Stop. I wanted to properly recognize a request for information, but I was trying to find out whether Mr. Mays had asked that prior to your asking for a request for information. So, Ms. Galloway, would you allow me to do that so I can take you in order?
Well, a request for information is an immediate privilege motion. So if he asked for one, we would have both been out of order.
That is correct.
Fine. Ms. Galloway, what is your request for information?
No, ma'am. I'm saying if he did have a request for information, then we both violated the rules, and I'm willing to hear his out, ma'am. No, I don't. I'm not trying to fight.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mays, you're out of order. You're out of order, Mr. Mays.
So
Ms. Galloway,
I
have the floor. I have the floor. Ms. Galloway. You asked for a request for information. I granted you that. Then you then made a statement. You did not do a request for information. Do you have a request for information?
I do. Is it necessary for the chair to always feel like she needs to act as though our statement is unnecessary because you continue to say, I don't think that comment was necessary? Are you aware that you're doing that? And will you be continuing to do that behind every state?
Ms. Galloway, I suggest you listen to the past year of meetings with your comments before you start criticizing me. So I am sharing this very difficult meeting as well as I can. And it's, members who are trying to throw in obstruction stuff, not true requests for information, not true points of order. It just slows down the business of council. So I'm now at the point, so I've answered you, and now I am going to request that Janelle unmute the first public speaker.
Madam President?
Yes.
The last thing that you were going to vote on, but you must not have voted on it, was to move the special order about water before public speaking, but then you didn't vote on it?
No, I withdrew that. I withdrew my agenda change.
Okay. All right. I'll set that.
Okay. All right. First public speaker, please.
first person has been unmuted if they'd like to speak. The next person has been unmuted if they'd like to speak. The next person has been unmuted if they'd like to speak.
Thank you. My name is Chris Del Moroni, and I live in Flint, Michigan. And I know, and I'm included in this group, that what has happened with the lead in the water in Flint is just a tragic thing. And I'm sure everyone knows that throughout the city, food and water is being distributed to residents for free. But it came to my attention yesterday evening, and council and everyone out there, please listen to this. Some of the food, or at least one food item that has been distributed, has raised much concern to myself, and I'm sure it'll be of concern to all of you. I'm going to read from a label from some food that was distributed from one of the sites. And I'm sure they did not know what was being distributed, and neither did I. But this is the warning on a can of 11-ounce mandarin oranges. I guess the brand name, the label is Imperial Choice. It's blue and black, and it has what appears to be a cup of mandarin oranges. It says broken segments and light syrup, and I give this that just in case anyone has this on their shelf. Maybe you've even eaten it. Other mandarin oranges have been distributed, and I did not see this warning label on it. It's a product of China. The other two cans, both different companies, I'll say, different labels, are also product of China. But on this one particular can that I'm referencing tonight, the warning label reads as such. Warning. Consuming this product can expose you to lead, which is known to the state of California to cause cancer and birth defects or other reproductive harm. For more information, go to www.p65warnings.ca.gov/food, FOOD. So we know what lead has done to the children in Flint, to adults, those with compromised immune systems. And now to mitigate that, food has been distributed to try and help alleviate that problem. And now we have what I just read to you. So I don't know where to go from here, but if people in the community who are listening, you can help us. Dr. Mona, Professor, they're out in West Virginia. Let us know what to do. I guess I'm out of time. There were some other issues I had to bring up regarding the water settlement and Hurley's involvement. The money that Hurley gives to that fund that's been established is $600 million. I hope that's for
Mr. Giovanni, please wrap up. Your time is up.
Okay. I will. I hope that money is being used in some way that those who have died will also be compensated above that amount. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, please.
The next person has
Yes,
been
my name is A.C. Yes, my name is A.C. Dumas, and I reside in Flint, Michigan. And first of all, I want to ask the City Council if they would not, whenever it comes up, to vote for the water settlement of $641 million. I think it's a travesty. I've talked to several attorneys all over this state including attorneys in Flint, that says the people of the city of Flint, especially adults, will be left out. I just want to, I'm going to read very quickly from my notes. Those who pay water bills April 2014 through December 31st, 2016, receive water credits, 65% of their water bill for water we could not use. And I know I got a water credit. But however, from January the 1st, 2017 until June 2019, when the EPA declared the water was safe, and which we know is not safe to drink or use, again, which is not safe for us to drink, we have not been compensated for that. We paid for water bills that we could not use the water again from January the 1st, 2017 until June 2019. And we weren't given the credit. The Court of Appeals, this is what I want everybody to listen to, especially city council members, ruled in our favor, the residents of the city of Flint water customer, and $28 million has been set aside for adults who paid water bill during that period. We still can't drink the water. And a lot of pipes have not been replaced. So I'm going to just remind you that this $28 million is separate from the $641 million, and it's important that we be compensated 65% of the bills that water bills that we paid from that period of time, January the 17th to June 2019, would be compensated, and it's in the tune of $28 million. And so I know the attorneys that represents the city and Neely and all of them, they want to confuse the people. And if you followed it on Facebook at 2 o'clock, and you can see all the distastefulness of the residents of the city of Flint who have been poisoned, who have died, who have contracted diseases. And this, I would hope that at least the council, and my councilman, third ward councilman, and all the other council would vote no on the $641 million settlement, because it's hurting our community, and adults will not be compensated unless they can prove, kept hearing attorneys say, prove that they were injured by the water. Well, anybody that drank the water, my mother was on a feeding tube, and she had water from the city of Flint going into her feeding tube, and subsequently they said the water wasn't any good, and I'm wrapping up, the water wasn't any good, and they told you to boil the water. We boiled the water, then they said the water was contaminated. My mother died with that poison water going into her feeding tube. So yes, I've got a claim. Yes, I do, on behalf of my mother. My mother died, and Attorney Lloyd Fletcher handling my claim. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted.
Yes, Arthur Woodson. Kate Fields, you are operating as a dictator. And just to let you know that the Supreme Court did rule that profane language is covered under the First Amendment, even though I wouldn't use it in this public forum, but it is covered under the Constitution. And for you to try to tell people what they can or suggest what they can or can't say is appalling. Let me say this. Don't vote for the settlement. The city is saying that they coming out here telling us the true facts. The people of the city of Flint. The city are defendants. Let me say that again. The city are defendants. We are plaintiffs. Why would a defendant give the plaintiff real hard facts? That makes no sense at all. You just trying to put lipstick on the pig and make it sound good. Also, you got to claim advisors. We don't know who they are. We don't know what it's about. We don't know what we can claim. But if we do claim, what do we have to bring in? What evidence? ATSDR CDC, MDHHS did not come here. They did not come here and do research and say, hey, you know what? The water caused this issue right here. So this can be claimed. Everybody's talking about lead. We had more than just lead in our water. We had TTHM, PFAS, Legionella. We had everything under the sun as a cocktail in our water. Speaking on COVID, the mayor, I spoke to the Army of Engineers. The mayor can call for a makeshift hospital. If our hospitals are at capacity, why aren't they working on that? Why isn't he up here asking the council, hey, let's put in place a mechanism that we can activate when we get to capacity for our hospitals? The mayor is missing in action. He does not plan on saying anything. What he does is take other people's ideas and what they come up with and try to make them his own. He does not know how to lead. And at the same time, Mr. Fields, you are wrong for saying that Councilman Mays, you do not have to address him or call when he's addressing the council. You do not have to call on him. You put Ms. Worthing over rules, and she breaks every one of them. Not one time did you say anything to her or rule her out of order. Mr. Santino, I have one question for you. Why did you not want to say the pledges?
Mr. Watson, your time is up. Please wrap up.
I'm done. Thank you.
Next public speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted.
Hi, yes, this is Audrey Muhammad. I'm just making sure that I'm being heard.
Yes, you are.
Okay, yes, I'd like to address a couple of things. I live in Flint. It's in Flint. Just a couple of things in particular about the water settlement and about COVID-19. Please vote no for the water settlement. Problems, houses with pipes that are bursting. I've had some I had to have replaced in my home. Fortunately, I was able to get it taken care of because I can't wait on the settlement to get stuff fixed here. So I got to make sure that my home is still operable. But we also should be compensated for this water that we are expected to pay for. This is dirty water. You've already heard the other people, the other residents say that they've lost relatives. We should not be paying for this water. As far as COVID-19, last week when you had the council, two of the council people to call for an emergency meeting, they are required, and they did require, and they did follow the requirements to request the meeting 24 hours in advance, and for it to be suggested that it is not an emergency enough for it to be addressed to the citizens. I am just very disappointed in that, even that statement or even that suggestion, because there's times when other things have been stated and said that, and you all call other emergency meetings and you all break and take care of or leave whatever it is that you had planned alone to come and address the citizens of Flint. COVID-19 is taking over. You got people dying. It's rising at an alarming rate. And for you not to care enough about the citizens to address that, Arthur Woodson just mentioned we should have an emergency setting somewhere where our residents who are sick are not getting turned around to go home. It's already stated that Hurley is about at 98% capacity. Why is it at 98% capacity and we don't even have a place set up or an emergency shelter? What about our homeless people? Are we taking provisions, making provisions for them? That's something that should have been addressed. You all knew they wanted that meeting last week. You all should have been requesting that the mayor be there today. He should be there today to address it. We should have been addressed more than we just going to follow along with what the state guidelines are. We are City of Flint. no disrespect to the governor, she's addressing the whole state. She's relying on the mayors and the council people and the local people in your own city to address those people. So if she's not addressing them, you all at least have enough care and concern about the people that are here and address us yourself, because people are going to continue to die if you don't address the issue and you keep putting them on the back burner and acting like they are not important. You better remember who elected you and got you into them positions. You're not addressing just yourself and your personal family. You are responsible for a whole ward. That's all I have to say. Please vote no for the water settlement. Thank you.
Next public speaker.
The next person has been unmuted.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, this is Liberty Bell. I received a letter from Office of Economic Development, and you all have been sitting on these houses since 2018. I have been holding on to the money to have the property returned to me for the first right of, or at least the first right of refusal, which I don't agree with that literature. However, it is what it is. I've been sitting on this since 2018. Why are you still pushing this meeting back as far as COVID-19, and as well as the water litigation? Please vote no on the water litigation as well as COVID-19. It was a meeting. I don't understand how nobody could call in. Are y'all that busy that nobody could call in to a meeting? I mean, we elect y'all to do that job, and for y'all to not do those emergencies. There's been people in the water department who have passed away from COVID-19, and people that we know personally that's been working that have passed away from COVID-19. So can y'all please vote no on the water litigation? Get these properties taken care of that's been going on since 2018. K Fields, you just knocked the meeting right back. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Y'all supposed to represent us, right? Y'all citizens, right? Well, what are y'all doing? That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Next speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Fred Rochelle, and I'm City of Flint. Now, I got children that I believe should be able to receive some compensation based on what my lawyers is telling me, especially from the state. And it looks like they'll do okay. And so I don't need nobody to make that decision for me other than my lawyers. Now, the City of Flint, what I don't understand, the $20 million, I looked at the thing earlier, and it looked like you're going to be able to have the insurance company pay that. And so I'm glad the City of Flint residents don't have to pay. And I think the City of Flint should have sued third party, the state, since we was under the state. And the only person I heard speak on that is Councilman Mays. And I think the City of Flint should have sued the state and got more money that would have came back to the residents. And it's my understanding, on any lawsuit you file, you got to prove something. Now, I believe everybody should get something if they just live in Flint. I do believe that. But I also understand that I ain't looking for no lawyer or no law firm to solve all of the problems that our elected officials should be helping to solve as well. Like all that money, over $300 million that came before these lawsuits, ain't nobody said nothing about it being spent at Capitol Theater and all these other places that's supposed to be water crisis money, and over $170 million and $90 million that's still with the foundation. Why ain't nobody asking for that to be distributed to the people. That's something that our elected officials and activists can address and can address now. But if you hire a lawyer to come in here and fight for you specifically for something, I understand you might have to show some injury, but even if you ain't got no physical injury, everybody, I know psychologically, I don't want to drink no more water, and I should get some money for that. So if you're going to accept it, so Flint residents don't have to pay, I'm okay with that. But let's make sure that everybody can get something, even if it's for just your psychological. Because, or like the one activist that's always saying some good stuff, Mr. Woodson, that whatever condition you might already have, that's been made worse. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Mr. Rochelle. Next speaker, please.
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. My name is Judith Alexander. I reside in the city of Flint. I first of all want to thank those city council members who voted previously against going into a closed session to discuss the water crisis. I don't know what's happening now with a request to postpone the closed session and postpone the vote on the resolution. I'm not sure what is happening with all of that, but I hope that you all stand firm in your decision to keep these discussions in a public meeting in front of all of us. Remember, we are the other side. We are the plaintiffs, the people who elected you, so there's no need to keep any strategies.
Excuse me, ma'am. Just a moment. Janelle, why is there all this other noise?
Ma'am,
you can continue.
Okay. You know, the state kept information from us and outright lied to us. What's needed now to restore some trust is for our own democratically elected officials to act on this in public. I heard a lot of people saying, vote no on the resolution. I'm not here to say that. I listened to the information session this afternoon. I don't claim to understand all the complexities, but I think it's imperative that our elected officials keep your conversations in the open public meetings so that we can start to restore some trust. And the other thing I want to say, if I have time, is I also want to thank those council members who voted against the chair randomly handing out warnings in the November 12th meeting. It is a shame that you all don't have a majority on your council that is in support of democratic processes, because anytime you silence a council person, you are disenfranchising the residents of that ward. And from what I listened to tonight with who's been selected to be committee chairs, the discussion about the chair being able to pick and choose who gets recognized, you all have a tyranny of a slim majority, and that's very dangerous. It's dangerous for our community. It's dangerous for the democratic process. I really, really wish that you would listen to Councilman Galloway and Councilman Winfrey Carter, and all of you check yourselves. As far as what happened with the call-ins in the November 12th meeting, I don't condone that, but keep in mind that your behavior as a council prompted an impromptu protest. That's what it was. It was protesting your behavior. So keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted. 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 Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Elma Henderson. I was wondering how the city of Flint have residents here that we have all those empty spots and all those empty places that don't have any public lights or public cameras. I had a granddaughter that was killed on October 6th on Clio Road. There's no businesses there. There's nothing there, and the business that's still there doesn't have lights or enough cameras. And I know the year before another person was killed, and after her, several more people had died. So I'm wondering if the city is not going to close down that place, can't they at least put cameras around the surrounding areas on the boards or somewhere so that it would help the police department or anybody else see what's going on in the environment if the business is not doing it? Because I thought we had some kind of thing where the building inspectors or somebody goes out and inspect to make sure everything's up to code. Don't do that for the businesses only left on Clio Road. Clio Road has very few business left. And it's a dark place. It's on that part of the city that keeps lots of crime going on, lots of accidents. And nobody can tell what goes on because there's nothing there to show. So if we can get something going on there or shut down those places that's not staying up to par, then we'll be more safe for the city and more safe for the people that have to go to those places. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Next public speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted.
Yes.
The next person has been unmuted. Hello.
Hello? Can you hear me?
You're on.
Hi, my name is Sarah Londale, and a few of the council people have already spoken to regarding a couple weeks ago of the council meeting. I even talked to Ms. Fields regarding this, about muting Councilman Mays. And I was asking her if she would apologize to him and his ward for muting her, because I listened to the recording again and didn't hear any disrespect where she muted him and his ward. So I'm just asking the council to see if there's some way that she will apologize to him and his ward for muting him and stopping him from speaking for his ward. In order to show that we are adults, to move the city forward, that'll be something that I believe needs to be done. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Lonsdale. Next public speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted. Hello.
You guys hear me? Hello.
Yes, you
hello. Hello. My name is Dakari. I'm a resident of Flint. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I was just calling. First off, I want to start by saying I'm not going to criticize you guys on how to do your job, man, because I know how hard it is doing any job, especially a job like what you guys are doing. But a second, I want to say I would just want you guys to remember that you guys are representing the city, as you all know, and not to take stuff personally. I personally would think used to take stuff other things more personally, such as what's going on with the city budget as far as the Flint water crisis, because we have $398 million allocated alone from the state and federal budget, and that's not even including the 32 million, 34 million from the CGFG. So from the foundation, so that's like 450 million. I tried to look at the spreadsheet for the Flint emergency appropriation expeditions or expeditions, whatever how you pronounce it. I try to pull that up, and if you look at that spreadsheet, especially according to the past former state administrator or city administrator for the budget, we don't even know where that money went. Like on the spreadsheet, the money went out. I think it was 75 million went out, and it doesn't even report who it went to. It's not the contractor. It's not listed. It doesn't say it went to a certain department within the city of Flint. And it also shows that we spent $6 million on fixing the water, and then we also spent $25 million on replacing the lines, and then we have $43 million on the water credit. So I mean, of all that money, we only got like 58 million listed left as of January 2020. I just don't understand why we can't get everything recorded for public record, seeing as allocated for the public, and we also pay taxes for stuff like this. I would just say I would like you guys to be more diligent and be more appalled for stuff like this versus attacking each other, man. I mean, you can have constructive criticism, and Mr. May has a point. This is like Mrs. Weatherspoon has a point. You guys make valid points, but you could agree to disagree. And that's all I got to say, man. I just wish we can get everything on record as far as to the public, because that's a lot of money. $450 million, well, nearly $450 million that's allocated to the city. That ain't nobody else's money but the city. You shouldn't even have to have that money allocated towards that for the simple fact we got poisoned by a Republican-controlled state in the first place. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. Next public speaker, please.
The next speaker has been unmuted.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jaleel Carter. I'm a resident in the city of Flint. And what I would like to express to council is putting the people first over personal feelings, dislikes, emotional disagreements. If we approach any responsibility that we're given over another group of human beings, our first thought should always be on the group that we are representing. And if we have a problem with a colleague or somebody else, handle that after the business of the people is handled, so that the people don't suffer. While you all are bickering and fighting, we still suffer. We still got bad water. We got bad health care, bad education. We got bad outcomes. Poverty is still going. Blight's still going. There's all kind of things, but it's enough work out here that nobody should have the time to criticize or put down or have emotional problems with somebody else, because no one person can do the work that needs to be done, and everybody can find a lane to do something that'll keep them from being involved in the character assassination and all the other different issues. Personally, I'm frustrated at how the little we get done for the citizens. But as the previous caller said, I don't want to bash or pick anybody out particularly, because that won't solve anything. All I would request and ask is that you put the people first. When you approach your seat and you sit down to represent your ward, forget yourself. You out the picture. somebody make you upset, they make a statement, you don't need to prove yourself or make yourself known that what was said or done to you was wrong. Forget about it. Move on to the next topic, stay on topic, and carry out the agenda. That is better, and you will get more support from the people because they see you really care. Right now, it seems as if we're watching a classroom of people bickering, and then the citizens begin to bicker and mimic the same behavior, and it gets all out of control and nothing gets done from the representative level to the local level. So I would just say, let's work on that. And when the water settlement comes up, vote no. Because GISD shouldn't get a dime. No one should go to GISD. So I would say vote no. Thank you.
Your time is up, Mr. Carter. Could you please wrap up?
Yes, that's all. Thank you for listening to me. I pray that something I said touch somebody to make a change and work for the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Next speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Greetings, Council and esteemed citizens of Flint, Michigan. This is Dr. Monique Tate. I am Principal Chiefess Sahani Ubi Dali, Blue Feather of Coosa Nation of North America, and I'm here on behalf of one of our council members, two White Arrows, Mr. Ray Hall, who is a Flint, Michigan citizen, and I'm just here in support of the issues that are happening in Flint for all people, as it is an egregious human rights issue. So I've been listening to the voice of the people and how calmly and giving constructive criticism and asking and crying out for this council to, which they shouldn't have to do. No one should have to ask anyone who have been elected to do anything for them. It is a duty. And what I'm asking that this council will consider, because we look at where this case is now, this is not the end. This is just where state remedies are involved, because there are other steps beyond the courts in this system if remedies cannot be done to make sure and to ensure the safety of all the people who live in Flint who have been grossly and egregiously affected by this human rights crime. The United Nations General Assembly has explicitly recognized the human right to water and sanitation and acknowledged that clean drinking water and sanitation are essential to the realization of all human rights. The resolution calls upon states and international organizations to provide financial resources, help in capacity building, and technology transfer to help countries, and particularly developing countries, to safe, clean, accessible, and affordable drinking water and sanitation for all. Our country, and as an American Indian, we are not a developing country. Flint, Michigan is not a developing city. There is no reason that people have to deal with this type of issue when it comes to the sanitation of drinking water and the availability of people have just an essential, basic human right. It has been declared that clean water and sanitation is a human right. And as you are moving forward in this process to exhaust state remedies, because there are other remedies beyond the state, if you cannot figure out how to bring a proper remedy to people and vote no to that water settlement, that water, again, should not even be exceeding 3% of household income. So I've been hearing how a lot of people have not even haven't gotten their being recompensated for the amount of money they've spent for water that they could not drink. This is a crime. It's a human rights crime. It's an egregious human rights crime. And additionally, as indigenous people, we're also, as indigenous people, Indigenous people have the right to live in harmony with nature and to a safe, healthy environment.
Excuse me, ma'am. Your time is up. Could you please wrap up?
Yes, essential conditions for the full enjoyment of the rights to life and our own spirituality as a collective and well-being as a people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next public speaker, please.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Barbara Moore. And first of all, I would like to say to President Kate Fields, you are sadly mistaken if you think that you are going to be able to just rule and super rule and do it your way. I mean, it's so obvious that you have your own agenda. You think everybody's supposed to cater to you. Now, last time on November the 12th, you threw Councilman Mays out, gave him a warning right away, was looking for the opportunity to get him out of the meeting, which you did do. Tonight, Eva Worthing steady blurting out, interrupting Councilman Mays. You did not say one word to her until he said something about it. But you never gave her a warning. She should have been thrown out of the meeting according to how you threw Eric Mays out of the meeting, because she kept blurting in. And then you used your phrase that you did chastise her. How you going to chastise somebody? I mean, and just like last meeting on November the 12th, Council Lady Galloway made it known that she was interested in being the finance chair. What did you do? You didn't even take her into consideration. You got your 5-click going on where it consists of you, Councilman Davis, Councilman Guerra, Councilman Griggs, Eva Worthing, and you think you can put all of them on committees and that you're going to rule and super rule. But people are not going to allow that. You got all those calls where they were using vulgar language against you. That was just the beginning. You can't keep doing what you're doing. And I'm going to make it known to Tanya Burns, if you're listening now. No, I don't reside within the city of Flint, but I have a Flint mailing address. And I'm vested in Flint. I grew up and was raised in Flint. I have property in Flint. I have loved ones in Flint. And I don't have to hide and pretend that I live in Flint. I never told anybody I lived in Flint. So when you made your comment on Mr. Wilson's Zoom last night, I heard you. But out of respect for him, I didn't respond. But since you want to publicly say that, I'm publicly letting you know. I don't need no kudos. I know you was referring to me even though you didn't use my name. I stand on my own. You know, and so don't call me out. I call you out based on what you say and what you do publicly. But anyway, the whole thing in a nutshell, Kate Fields, Councilman Davis, I know you want me to wrap up, Ms. Fields. I'm going to wrap up right now. Guerra, Griggs, Worthy, you will not, one thing, realize, God is in control. That's why one of the votes got messed up tonight, because God is in control. You're not going to get away with what you're trying to pull off. Something could happen to one of you, then your father broke up.
Ms. Moore, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Unmuted? Hello?
Hello?
Unmuted? Unmuted?
No, you're not muted.
Hello? Okay. So, I would like to talk about the vote on the settlement.
Ma'am, you have to give your first and last name
Why
first.
am I being interrupted? I want my time back. Please don't interrupt. Please do not interrupt.
Ma'am, you have to state your first.
No,
you have
we
to
do
state your
not.
first.
No, we do not.
Woman, please. Mute her.
No, we do not. No, we do not. So may I proceed and have my time back?
Janelle, please mute this lady for a moment.
Point of order.
No.
Point of order.
Point of order.
That's Councilwoman Galloway, point of order.
What is your point of order, Ms. Galloway?
Madam Chair, the Open Meetings Act does not require that they have to start with their first name. And so you keep interrupting her, and it's just not fair. And don't mute her. Give her the opportunity.
Ms. Galloway, I was only muting her in order for her to understand she has to give her first and last name. And she has to do that. That is required so we can ascertain whether someone has called more than once. So I was going to give her the start time from the point she started again. Just state her first and last name, and then she could have her statement.
Point of order.
Mr. Mays, what is your point of order?
I would appeal the ruling. You don't have to say your first and last name. I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Mays, you can't call a point of order and then call for an appeal. There is no point of order. You can appeal the ruling of the chair, however. If that's what you're doing, then I will ask, is there a second for Mr. Mays' appeal? Is there a second for Mr. Mays' appeal? Yes, Ms. Galloway?
This is Councilwoman Winfrey Carter.
Winfrey Carter. Okay, the appeal has been moved and seconded. I just wanted to state that I fully intended to give the speaker her full time, but we are requiring everybody to give their first and last names before they begin to speak, so we can make sure that people are only getting their allotted time of one call or one written comment. I have no intention of cutting her short. Fully expect her to have her full time to say whatever she wants to say, but she is out of order if she does not give her first and last name. So any other discussion on the appeal?
Point of information.
Yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Point of information.
Wait a moment, Mr. Mays. What is your point of information, Ms. Galloway?
Madam President, can you share for the speakers that are listening where that is in the rules or the Open Meetings Act?
Ms. Galloway, I'm going to defer to Angela Wheeler, who told me that they have to state their first and last names. So, Ms. Wheeler, would you like to respond? Ms. Wheeler, are you there?
Oh, okay. I was unmuted. Under the council rules, under the Michigan Open Meetings Act, you do not have to give your name to attend the meeting. This is speaking at a meeting, which is different. And that's governed by the council rules, which the council adopted, which is 29.2. And because of the COVID, obviously there's no box for people to drop their name in, but they need to state their first and last name as it is under Rule 29.2.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Is there any other discussion on the appeal?
Madam President, through you to Ms. Wheeler. Ms. Wheeler, can you read 29.2? It don't say they have to state their name, do it? Just read it what it is, not no add-ons.
Ms.
Wheeler?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
It says, if a member of the public wishes to address the council, they may do so at a regular council meeting if he or she submits prior to the start of the meeting a statement in writing containing his or her name, address, and the topic to be covered. The box will be placed at the entrance of the council chambers for the collection of statements. Obviously, we can't have a box because we're having a virtual meeting. But it does not to say that.
Wait a moment, Ms. Wheeler. What is your point of order? Well, Mr. Mays, no, I can't recognize a point of order while an appeal is on the floor. So continue, Ms. Wheeler.
Yeah, it does not remove. It does not remove the obligation to state the name. In the Open Meetings Act, it talks about not having to state your name to attend a meeting. And that's as far as it goes. It still says the council can make its own rules. So in the State Open Meetings Act, let me just turn there for just a second so that you see what the difference is. Bear with me just 1 second. To distinguish, it says in NCL 15.263.4, a person shall not be required as a condition of attendance at a meeting of the public body to register or otherwise provide his or her name or information other than fulfilled or otherwise to fulfill a condition precedent to attendance. So that's for attendance. It does say under 5, subsection 5 of the same section, that a person shall be permitted to address the public under the rules established and recorded by the public body. And that's where we are, under the rules that this body adopted.
Madam President, may I continue?
Yes, you may have your discussion under the appeal. Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Madam President, this council has switched back and forth. I remember a time when I wanted to say through you, Madam President, to the attorney in an appeal, and we didn't rule that it's a conversation between us. But I knew what that law was going to say. I knew it was going to say you can't require to get names, and I'm glad for the distinction for attendance, and then it takes you to council rules. If you look close at the resolution before us, that's what I'm suing this council for. A council rule is made or established under 1.1-108. 1-08 say to change or make a rule, even changing or making a rule about putting something in a box. You got to post it for a minimum of 2 weeks, hold a public hearing, and then we have to change the rule that they must say their name. We ain't got that rule. We got a rule that's set in there that ain't been changed or amended properly, where you put your name in a box. So you can't be cutting these people off, interrupting them like you interrupt me, telling them, say your name. It ain't no rule. Let these people exercise their freedom of speech so we can get on with this meeting rather than, and you learn to be a president. This ain't nothing you dictate. You learn it, and you learn what's called due process. And you quit interrupting these people's freedom of speech, making up stuff that ain't even went through due process. So I'll be voting no because I already knew. I told you a week or two ago. Ain't a such rule. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion on this appeal?
Madam President?
Yes, Madam President.
Councilwoman Galloway.
Just a moment. I think I heard Ms. Worthing, Mr. Winfrey, and then Ms. Galloway.
Davis.
You heard
Davis.
Councilwoman Galloway.
Okay, Worthing, Davis, and then Galloway.
Thank you. It's clear that it is a rule. I don't know how you can read the rule and then say, I was right, it's not a rule. And I do think it's important. We have people calling in, and they called in multiple times. They write emails as well. And if they came to an actual meeting when we have them in person, we see their face, we see them, we ask for their name, they give it. This has never changed. So I don't understand the argument here now that all of a sudden we're on phone meetings and we don't even want them to give their names. They've always stood up to the podium. They've always said their name. We can see their faces. And in this case, they can live wherever they want and call in because they don't even have to, physically come up. So I don't understand why we are having points of orders and purposeful, just obstruction to get the city business done. Let the lady state her name and continue speaking. I will be voting yes for the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Worthing. Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this is a bunch of foolishness. If I send an email, I got to have an ID in order to send an email. How are we going to hold a virtual meeting and we don't even know if the same person calling from Saginaw, Bay City, California. You got to ID yourself. Is that too much to ask? An attorney did just state that plain and verbatim. Thank you for indulging.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Ms. Galloway?
Thank you. Through you to Attorney Wheeler, was she stating Rule 29.2?
Yeah, the Council Rule 29.2, and then the Open Meetings Act.
Right, and so I just want to say for the record, this council is clearly not paying attention to their own experiences with virtual meetings. Up until about 2 months ago, the executive orders designated how the Open Meetings Act, the fact that we would have virtual meetings. This says he or she shall submit prior to the start of the meeting a statement in writing. And so just like our legislators had to work cohesively with the executive branch to establish different rules, the rules we started off with in April are not the rules we have adopted and are governed by right now. Even now, after a roll call, we have to state where we're from. But we didn't do that before. That was added legislatively and voted upon. And so all I'm saying today, Madam Chair, by the President of the Council, for you to say mute her, mute her, mute her, we didn't, it says in writing, these rules do not apply to virtual meetings. And so if our attorney, in fact, is going to give us legal opinions or how we should handle this, maybe we should implement an emergency addition or amendment to these rules since we're trying to give it something else. Because you guys, it says in writing. It does not address virtual meetings, and so we're imposing some rules that are truly outdated based on the arena in which we're holding meetings. And so please be fair to the speakers, and until we change something emergency-wise that says since we're virtual, that all participants that want to speak, since they're virtual, must give their name, 29.2 does not apply. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this appeal? Anyone else? Well, then I will finish by saying, Ms. Galloway, I had to say mute you because the speaker refused to stop talking. So I could request her first and last name. Now, it is true that I think probably our entire rules book needs to be revised to make references to the revised Open Meetings Act, et cetera, et cetera. But I believe we're doing the best we can with what we have at the moment. And our city attorney just gave you an opinion that about the Open Meetings Act and what it says, that you go by your rules, okay? And our rules currently state that a speaker has to give their first and last name. What is your request for information, Mr. Mays?
Isn't it true, Madam Speaker, that she said we can adopt rules, not go by, adopt rules?
No, Mr. Mays, that's not what she said. She said that we are under council rules, which is 29.2. She read the rule. A speaker has to give their first and last name in public speaking before they speak. So, I believe the correct thing to do, I've already stated why I felt that we are asking for the first and last name, and it's, as Ms. Morgan said, it's no different than if the speakers were before us in person. We would request that they give their name before they start speaking and for the record, so we have a record of who is speaking. So, before I call roll call, if you vote yes, you agree with the ruling of the chair. If you vote no, you are agreeing with, was it Ms. Galloway, is it? Or was it Mr. Mays that Mr. Mays appealed the ruling of the chair? Roll call, please.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Hi, how you doing?
No.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
No.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yeah. Yeah, I called.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Mr. Davis?
I've been a little sick.
Yes.
Mr. Guerra? Mr. Guerra?
Mr. Guerra?
Call the vote. Point of order.
I can't tell if he's here or not, but the vote would be 5 yes and 3 no.
I just got point of information. I just got unmuted. I've been on the call.
Did you hear what we were voting on?
Yeah, I said yes like 4 times, and then it just said unmuted.
Point of order. Point of order.
There's no point of order. I have to announce that roll call vote first. So, Janelle, announce the vote again.
Are you accepting Mr. Guerra's?
Yes.
6 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 3 no. The chair's ruling is sustained. Okay, so now I'm going to ask you, Janelle, to please go back to the speaker that I had asked you to mute. Just ask her to state her first and last name, and then she can continue speaking. And any other speakers, when they come on, if they don't say their first and last name, request that they do so. Thank you.
Okay. You've been unmuted. Please say your first and last name.
My name is Margaret Pitt. I feel now that this has been, regardless of how council voted, that this is truly voter suppression at some level. Threatening. It's just appalling the way this council votes in terms of 3 white people always voting together, 1 white Latino always voting the other way, and then adding in Mr. Davis. It just looks like secret sessions, secret meetings, and you want us to vote on the settlement? It's too discriminatory for all of the reasons. Too many secret meetings. Shame on the mayor for not fighting harder for the residents. And listen to the constituents. Do you all really care about the constituents? You all being, I don't know what your names are, Davis and the rest of you, I don't know. And the lady that chairs this, or the woman that chairs this, is so insulting and frightening. You're a very scary person. And the way you talk to Mr. Mays and Miss Galloway is insulting. This meeting needs to be Zoom, 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 Discover Zoom. Pay, Mayor, pay the Stevens Company. And I hope the Ethics Review Board reviews the last 2 meetings that you have chaired, because it's been so demeaning and insulting. The way you yell at even the constituents. To the mayor, the COVID is in Flint. Where are you helping us? Why aren't you everywhere helping us? And where is Dr. Pugh? My God, we need that director so badly, so miss her so much. And the mayor, Weaver, we miss you so, so much. And this sessions that you are going in on secret meetings, and you want us to vote on a settlement that's in secret, that is so insulting. That sounds like you're like in the middle of Mississippi with voter suppression. Is this Michigan? Is this democracy? Where are you? Pay the Stevens Company. We're watching the racism that's occurring here. The ethics board has got to start looking at the way the chair is conducting, well, she says she's conducting a meeting. And stop scaring the constituents with what you have to do. We voted you in. You're just yelling at us, telling us like we're children. There are no children involved in this. And in terms of the water settlement, there has to be certainly a lot more for the elders. There's nothing going on. There's no protection. Who do you think are taking care of the babies? And consider Zoom. Seriously, the city of Flint, can you manage Zoom so the constituents can participate more? And again, I say that
Please wrap up. Your time is up.
I'm ready to wrap up to say that you are extremely scary lady, insulting and demeaning. You should really take training for therapy because you need counseling. The way you talk to people is awful. You should just SPO.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Your time is up. Next public speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted.
My name is Vicki Mark. I'm in Ward 7 on Court Street. Friday night we had a water main break, one of our brand new water mains, and flooded the end of Court and Dort. Evidently sometime during the night the city came out and shut the water off. The water was off for 12 hours at least. Finally came back on. There was no boil water advisory, no nothing put out. I thought that was something that was supposed to be posted when you had a water main break and the water was off. And as far as our trash pickup, the only way we get our yard waste picked up is if we haul it to the other side of the road. Except that isn't even working because it's been 4 weeks since I picked it up last. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted.
Hello.
Yes.
My name is Jasmine McKinney. I am a resident here in Flint. I'm calling in today because I'm very disappointed with the tenor of the president of this body. She consistently is disrespectful to everyone from staff to her colleagues to the residents that call in, and it's embarrassing. I also would like to say that Councilman May shouldn't have been thrown out of the meeting last week. That was upsetting to me. The other part is that the city of Flint should not be representing the residents in this water settlement because they are culpable. And so that is a direct conflict of interest for me and for the residents of this city. I just really would encourage Kate Fields to look at herself in the mirror and consider the appointments that you've made today. You did not appoint anyone that did not support your candidacy for president. And that is wrong. You are Donald Trump in Flint. And it's ridiculous, Ms. Fields. It's tiring and it's upsetting. I would also like to note that you all should get Zoom because I would like to know what Councilman Santino Guerrera is constantly doing that he never is able to get off of mute. I believe he's doing something else. And so I think it would behoove you to have Zoom and make the videos have to be on so that we can see that you are doing the business of the city of Flint. You want to know, you want to make sure that someone isn't coming on here twice to speak. Well, we want to know that our council people are being vigilant and paying attention when these meetings are happening. And I'd like to thank Councilwoman Monica Galloway, Councilman Mays, Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, Councilman Winfrey, for standing in the gap for the residents of the city of Flint. I'm calling on Councilman Davis, Councilman Griggs, Councilman Guerrera, and Councilwoman Eva Worthing, as well as Kate Fields, to look yourselves in the mirror and stop aligning every time with Kate, even when she's wrong. I'm not saying she's never right. I'm just saying you have to do the business of the city, and it can't just be always voting in line, 5-4, 5-4, 5-4. It's too much. You were hired to do a job, and guess what? We're all coming for you in this year. 2021 is your year. So if you want to keep your job and you want a good performance evaluation, then do the damn job.
Your time is up. Could you please wrap up?
That's all I have to say. Just work on your tone, Miss Fields.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted.
Hello.
Hello. Can you state your name? Hello? The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted.
Yes, this is Winters Hall, and I am a resident of Grand Blanc, former resident of Flint, Michigan. And it snowed yesterday because I'm about to say I agree with Eric Mays. I agree that the residents of Flint, they deserve more than what they're getting. I don't really think that we know exactly what you all are voting on. Are you voting on the whole $600 million? Are you voting on $20 million? Are you just voting to go into executive session just to discuss it? Now, the way I feel about that is that we were not poisoned in private, so it should be discussed in public. I also feel that you all need to put your personal differences aside and work for the people of Flint. I also don't feel like you should have to prove your illnesses, because everyone in Flint was affected by the poison water. You shouldn't have to show any medical documentation, because at that time, the doctors didn't even know what was going on. The only thing you need to show is your driver's license saying that this is where I stayed at in Flint during this particular time. And what about the people that have died? Do they get anything? And I want to, two more things. I want to remind you all about the Buick City. The Buick City, they had a big lawsuit. And they had people running from hotel to hotel, getting x-rays, taking stuff back for everybody that had cancer that worked at Buick. And my father was promised a $1,200 check, a series of checks that he was supposed to get. And he ended up getting, after they got through with attorney's fees and x-rays, he ended up getting a check for $159. And when my mother called back to ask them what happened to the rest of the money, the phone number was disconnected. The lawyers come here, they clean up off of the residents of Flint, and then they going on to the next big thing that's happening. And then the last thing that I want to say is that we need a cancer cluster study. There's no way that we should be going on this long without a cancer cluster study. I have never known this many people in my life, my age, and I'm 44 years old, that has cancer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. Next speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted. Madam President, that was the last speaker.
Thank you. Do we have any written comments? Please read them.
Yes, we do. Good evening, City Council. I'm Allie in the 6th Ward. I'd like to extend to Maurice and Beverly Davis a genuine appreciation for their uplifting and interesting podcast show on the weekends. It was nice to see them on national TV highlighting our challenges. I hope Maurice continues getting more interviews because this $600 million lawsuit settlement is a slap in the face. Our family does not support this $600 million lawsuit. It should be multiple times this. Maurice, please get on national TV and explain to the world why we deserve billions with a B. Also wondering if there's any update to the ordinance that's supposed to close liquor and party stores and gas stations at an earlier hour to be more in line with the quiet and peaceful suburbs. That was the best idea we've seen council talk about in years. Lastly, this is to Herb, Jerry, and Alan. The street lamps on Miller, Fox, and Chevrolet have been broken for so long, and we just keep getting excuses. It's pitch black at 5:30 p.m. These are in between Educare, Kettering, Eisenhower, and Southwestern Academy. It is not safe to have all these lamps out for several years. Thank you all for serving, and I hope everyone's family is safe and healthy. God bless you all. Allie in the 6th.
Any other written comments?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I had to grab one off the printer.
Okay.
Yes. Kenyatta Robinson, 2nd Ward. I'm writing tonight because I've never been more embarrassed to live in Flint. Some folks is getting rich off this town's decline and diverting our attention with city council drama and mayor's office press releases. Here are a few public record facts for everyone to think about. Sheldon Neely has been in Flint politics for 15 years. In the last year, he made over $250,000 off taxpayers while controlling City Hall and our state rep seat. When Sheldon was campaigning, he said he would reject Karen Weaver's, quote, greedy, unquote, $34,000 raise. That was a lie. Sheldon also pushed the Flint River water switch back in 2012 and 2013, selling our pipeline and saying, quote, Flint River water tastes delicious and fresh, end quote, as he took sips on camera. Our Flint schools are crumbling and don't teach kids anything. Meanwhile, Lisa Hagel at GISD makes over $311,000 a year, twice as much as Gretchen Whitmer makes as governor. Lisa Hagel and her cronies at GISD are in line to get millions from our water lawsuit. Clyde Edwards, Marjorie Raymer, and Suzanne Wilcox make over $100,000 each off Flint taxpayers in the last year. Suzanne Wilcox lives in Owasso, yet every other city council meeting she's come here to coerce 6- and 7-figure tax abatements to multimillionaire developers and businessmen. Each abatement Owasso Suzanne pushes means multimillionaires avoid paying Flint taxes, while the rest of our taxes go up to make up for that shortfall. Suzanne does not care. Her family does not live in Flint. Sheldon Neely gave his brother-in-law Duval Murdoch the big appointment to blight director for nearly $100,000 salary and a free city truck. Over the summer, Mr. Murdoch was on Facebook Live boasting, quote, I don't actually do blight. I'm the boss of, there's a bad word here, boss of blight, end of quote. It should come as no surprise the city has never been so nasty. Every ward looks like a depressing garbage dump. In August 2018, there was a Genesee County arts millage put on all of our taxes. $4.1 million in taxpayer money goes to Jerry Winfrey Carter's father, County Commissioner Charles Winfrey, and another $4.1 million in taxpayer money goes to County Commissioner Bryant Nolden. Jerry has never once recused herself from a vote concerning her father's little theater, which is unethical. Is Herb Winfrey also related to Charles? If so, he needs to recuse himself too. Arts millage was also used to build a $100 million charter school. Taxpayers also paid for the $37 million Capitol Theater. Taxpayers paid for the new $38 million downtown hotel, and taxes paid for $28 million new public library. Have any of these projects improved Flint? Does anyone believe those projects even cost that much? All I know is them projects made a lot of nonprofit and tax abatement insiders very rich, just like the $600 million lawsuit settlement is going to go into the same insiders' pockets. Phil Schultz does not live in Flint. He lives in a mansion on Lake Benton, just across the water from Ridgeway White's new $8 million mansion currently being constructed. Follow the money, y'all. Outsiders get filthy rich. Residents trapped in the third world. Kenyatta Robinson, 2nd Ward. The next one is from Tammy, Ward 1. Let me get this straight.
Madam President.
Mr. Griggs, we need to continue public speaking.
Well, I was going to ask for Janelle to speak up louder, please.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I will try and do that. Tammy, Ward 1. Let me get this straight. Them gymnastics gals at Michigan State University who say Dr. Nasser assaulted them, it was only 332 of them, and they got $600 million. After attorney fees, they got over $1 million in cash each. Meanwhile, one day, all 80,000 of us, mostly poor black folks, are probably going to die of cancer because of this poison toxic water, and we get basically nothing. Sheldon Neely is Lansing's puppet to ram this through. Sheldon, what have the Lansing power brokers promised your family to push this? Your ways are wicked, and you need to resign. We do not trust you. Truthfully, I think you despise all of us poor folk. Mark my words, this $600 million water lawsuit settlement is going to go in the same shot callers' pockets. Then Sheldon is going to be rewarded with a new home in Fenton, among who knows what else. I also do not trust City Attorney Angela Wheeler, who is a Grand Blanc resident. Her kids never drank this water. What's in it for Angela to push this joke of a settlement? Same for Dr. Mona, a millionaire doctor from Bloomfield Hills whose kids never drank this water. Next up, Hurley will be privatized. Then Flint will go bankrupt and will become a township, and the shot callers will create a county executive position to lord over what's left of Flint. Eric, is there any update to the criminal matter involving Sheldon's brother-in-law, Duval Murdoch's violent assault on you? We wonder why crime is out of control in Flint, because the new mayor set the tone acting like he's Suge Knight and the Godfather ordering beatings. God bless Eric Mays, Monica Galloway, Deacon A.C. Dumas, and Arthur Woodson for being a genuine, God-fearing folks of faith and exposing the truth. Council, please do not sign this settlement. If you do, kiss your family's reputation and career in public office goodbye. Tammy, Ward 1. The next is from Robin, a lifelong resident of the 3rd Ward. How can Hurricane Katrina victims get over $4,000 from FEMA with no stipulations to relocate out of Louisiana and Mississippi? Hundreds of thousands of them moved to Atlanta and to Houston and to Dallas, Texas. But Flint families ain't getting a dime to get out of this godforsaken city. Flint has no redeemable qualities. Poisonous water, toxic industrial sites, no jobs, worthless schools, violent crime, every street full of blight and garbage. Flint might as well be Chernobyl. That's what people think of Flint. We are the Chernobyl of the United States. For the rest of our life, people are going to assume we're of diminished mental capacity because we and our kids are from this godforsaken city. At the very least, we need no stipulation, $4,000 to $5,000 in relocation funding per family added to this lawsuit so families can move somewhere and have a chance at a productive life. Any mayor or council or city attorney signing off on this lawsuit needs to be recalled or resign immediately. Maurice, you need to be on Newsmax television tonight explaining to millions of viewers that Governor Whitmer and the Lansing machine is trying to rob the folks of Flint. I bet Sheldon told you to stop giving interviews, didn't he? Because Sheldon works for the Lansing machine, Whitmer, Rick Snyder, the millionaires, the lawyers, the lobbyists, not for the people of Flint. Lansing wants a lid on Flint. They want this water crisis to go away. Do y'all not realize all of us is destined to get cancer from this water? It don't matter if we don't get it yet. It's when we're diagnosed in 5, 10, maybe 30 years. But it will happen, and we're going to drop like flies. I heard Sheldon and Cynthia doesn't even live in Flint anymore. Got a new house being built out there in Lake Fenton. I don't trust Sheldon. I think he's a snake in the grass, and he was installed to sell us out. Angela Wheeler lives in Grand Blanc. I do not feel comfortable that she is nudging City Council to sign this settlement. We need billions. Been here all my life, seen a bigger scam. Never seen a bigger scam. Mr. Guerra, do not sign off on this. You are a talented, smart young man, and you know this is wrong. Robin Brown, 3rd Ward. Good evening, Council. I'm sending this note in response to the lawsuit settlement. Tonight should be 9-0 against this scam settlement, period. And I also want to know why Mayor...
Sorry, Janelle, who is that from? Who wrote that?
I'm sorry, it's Nancy Williams.
Thank you.
Point of request for information. Madam President, I'm so sorry. I'm having a hard time hearing Janelle. I'm having a hard time hearing Janelle. Is there any way that she can either come closer to where she's speaking or add a little bit more volume to her voice?
Well, I'm actually on the telephone, and I turned it up as loud as it will go. I could ask Davina to finish if you want. Or maybe her phone is better. Would that be all right if I transfer to her?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I got one. Okay.
This is from Nancy Williams. Good evening, Council. I'm sending this note in response to the lawsuit settlement. Tonight should be 9-0 against this scam settlement, period. And I also want to know why Mayor Sheldon Neely and Representative Cynthia Neely and State Senator Jim Ananick have not come out against this settlement. I'll tell you why. Because the fix is in. They all need to resign. Anyone pushing this settlement needs to immediately get their wicked sellout self the heck out of Flint. And whatever happened to closing these stores at 9 o'clock? Maurice, all you do is talk big game and then never follow through on nothing. Sheldon has you wrapped around his finger and has subverted you. Beverly, wake your man up. Maurice and the rest of council, the mayor, city attorney, Ananick need to be all over Flint and Detroit media speaking out against these peanuts. We need billions. Every family needs no stipulation, cash money. Warmest regards, Nancy Williams, 2nd Ward. And the final comment. My name is Wendy Braun, and I live in 8th Ward. I'm asking for the City of Flint to take action on 2 structures that are both eyesores and a danger to residents, especially kids. The first structure is located on Davison Road, where Brown Funeral Home was. I understand the property is owned by the land bank, but with additional funds available for demos, someone from the city should submit a demo request to the land bank. The second property is Pierce Park, which is located next to Pierce Elementary. There was an incident at a vacant school a few years ago where a little boy died when he fell through the roof. This building burned over 2 months ago, and it's still since burned. While we're trying to promote a positive image by redeveloping downtown, it seems the rest of the city is neglected. Does anyone care enough to do anything? And that is the final comment, Madam President.
Thank you, Davina. Now we'll have council response. Mr. Mays, you go first. 2 minutes.
Yeah, you can't really properly respond in this 2-minute rule. You've heard rules talked all night. Mr. Davis was the rule maker for 2 years, not a meeting, no rule change. We'll see what happens now. Rules are important. The speakers who spoke about the water settlement, I'm going to speak in detail about that. And I'm going to see if this council want to take some mass action to try to get it right for adults, children, and everybody. We'll have specifically. But under the cockamamie rules of 5 minutes, once a motion is made, you can't discuss a $600 million settlement in 5 minutes. I'll make a motion to suspend the cockamamie rules, and let's see if they agree to really discuss this. Now, don't blame me where meetings go long. You see stuff that's people said undemocratic, discriminatory. Meetings should go long. We have to appeal that nonsense. But don't blame me, because if you listen close, I've said for weeks and months, you can adjourn, recess, meet tomorrow, the next day, adjourn, recess, and get his business. I've done and said what I had to say in 2 minutes. Thank all of the callers who have common sense to see what's going on. I don't know if Kate Fields, Maurice Davis, Eva Worthing, Griggs, and Santino will stop voting against the rules, because people see it. Just voting against the rules to try to support Kate Fields in that mess. And we done appealed to her for years. It ain't changed. So don't Dalil say, come on, work together. We in politics. People voting. This is real. You have to replace folks. God bless the citizens of the city of Flint. I'm looking forward to the business of this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Mr. Davis?
Thank you for indulging, Madam Chair. This they predicted a dark winter, and I see they mean extremely dark. And, you know, we're going into Thanksgiving next 3 days. And this one time I'm in full agreement with Councilman Mays. This 2-minute rule on this is too hard to do. So I'm in support of a suspension of rules, Councilman Mays, because it's not that people are striking out at council persons per se, but they're frustrated, rightfully so. We disrespected. This is less than crumbs. Less than crumbs, like somebody said, Dr. Nasser. A few girls get violated, and they get $600 million. 80,000 residents, poor folks, get violated, dying and then died, and we get crumbs with stipulations. So I'm highly pissed at this moment. I talked to Attorney Louis Fletcher, and he's saying, look, adults ain't getting nothing out of this, and the only thing we're getting is reimbursement from his mouth. So I'm highly pissed. This is not going to fly, and I'm putting it on record. Hell no, I'm not going to vote. Yes, I'm voting what the residents want. That's why I'm elected, like I went with Trump. If y'all don't want me to do it, I'm not doing it. I'm on record.
Mr. Davis, you're out of order. Please don't use profanity.
I will not use it from this statement forward. But let me tell you something. It's time now to really call. This is our light at the end of the tunnel, and they did this city very wrong. Now we got COVID. People now got pre-existing conditions from the water, cancer, and everything else. Now COVID come on, and now the black community dying left and right. We got to stand up strong, Flint. Council. This is not a joke. We got to stand up strong for the residents. Governor, she let us down. AG let us down. I'm wrapping up. I will support if it was a motion to suspend the rules. Thank you for indulging.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Guerrera?
Yeah, so thanks for the time. And first off, I want to start off by saying it was great to hear many different voices today, public comment than usual. Sounds like a lot of people are especially paying attention with the water lawsuit, which I'm looking forward to hearing more about it from the city attorney, and hopefully they can help inform the residents too, also what's going on, hear a legal interpretation of it. So looking forward to that later in the meeting. Also, I mean, in regarding to where I am, for the specific resident, I mentioned wanting to see what I was doing in Zoom. If you really want to know what I was doing during that time, when you were speaking, I was packing, putting away some of my books from school. So that's what I was doing at that exact moment. But I also can listen to a council meeting at the same time when I'm when I'm packing some books away. And then Mr. Woodson's commented about why couldn't I say the Pledge of Allegiance earlier, is the simple fact that I got out of work. So as soon as I got out of work, I rushed home, tried to hurry up, get ready, and get my stuff ready to hear the meeting and pull up my agenda and everything. So that's the answers to those 2 questions. And I just want to thank all the residents for speaking. And if you ever have any concerns, like legislatively or anything like that about me, definitely feel free to reach out. Shoot me an email, shoot me a call. Would love to discuss what your opinion is and what route you think we should go, especially to the 3rd Ward residents. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guerra. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to thank all of the residents for your comments, concerns, and your issues. I would also like to thank those who wrote in, sent in emails. I would like to thank residents for calling in and weighing in on this water crisis lawsuit. I'm hearing from each and every one of you. I've heard from several 5th Ward residents, and I am in agreement with you all. I will be voting no on this lawsuit, and I am looking forward to the discussion later on tonight during this meeting about this Flint water crisis lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Winfrey.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, to all the speakers, whether you called in or whether you wrote in, thank you. It's good for the people that you elected us to hear from you. I'm really interested in this conversation about the water settlement, but I also am interested in a conversation about the closed session that we voted not to go in, because I think that there are some misconceptions about what that meeting was all about, but it's out on the floor now, so I'm looking forward to discussing that. So thank you for calling in. Thank you for writing in. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Winfrey. Ms. Galloway.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to thank all the speakers, one, for their patience. I just want to say to the residents that we are tenacious. I agree with the caller that said that no one should have to prove that they were injured. I can say for myself, I've been fortunate to have a very good immune system, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the fact that I took in something that which was known to be poison, just because I didn't have any adverse effects and or things that a doctor would identify, because it's important to know that for that to be a stipulation is alarming, because there wasn't a doctor that was willing to go on record saying that any of the illnesses that the residents in the city of Flint were experiencing were related to the lead. So that's alarming. The other thing is there was a speaker, actually a letter that Janelle read into the record, and I want to make sure that there is no false information being placed on the public record. She mentioned that Mr. Murdoch was the brother-in-law to Mayor Neely. And so I'd like to do a referral, because I'm sure we want to clarify that. I have many of my colleagues that have been very adamant about cronyism. And so if we could please do a referral to find out if that is in fact a true statement. We want to maintain the integrity of the record so that there isn't false information being put on public record. So Janelle, please have that referral to identify yes or no whether that is in fact true or not. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Ms. Galloway. Mr. Griggs.
Yes. City Council needs rules. That's why almost all organizations have Robert's Rules of Order. But we also, in addition to that, have council rules which override Robert's Rules. Now, we've had an approved set of council rules since October last year. The only problem with the rules is we're not following the rules. And hopefully we'll start following them this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griggs. Ms. Worthing.
I have nothing to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Time for my response. I'd like to say that for the person who wanted to know where Dr. Pugh is, Dr. Pugh was a public health official with the city, She no longer works for the city, and unfortunately, she was supposed to submit a written public health plan, which she never did while she was employed with the city. But I would like to make a referral for the cancer cluster study with the current, I don't have the name, but the current public health officer for the city. Please make that referral, because I think that's a good idea. And then I'd like to say, you know, we give, for all the people that were making comments about Mr. Mays being warned and removed from meeting, I want to tell you that we give warnings when council members break the rules, council rules or Robert's rules. You may not have a copy or understand the rules, and I want to make sure that they're on the council website, and we're using the 11th edition of Robert's rules. Disrespect is when something happens like Mr. Mays took the floor, he was not recognized, and then he made a comment like, your job is to shut up and listen, which he was given a warning and a remove for that, because that's against all of our rules. He can't grab the floor and he can't make a comment like that. So I suggest those people listen to that meeting again. I think you're listening with a biased ear, and I know you're not used to the rules being applied correctly, okay? And a lot of people find rules and adhering to rules scary, but that is what I am obliged to do as a chair, and that is what I'm going to do. And then lastly, two things. I have asked the city attorney offline to check into Mr. Woodson's claim that the Supreme Court says that speakers can use profanity. And also I want to explain the Brown's Funeral Home. Did someone say something? Brown's Funeral Home is a commercial demo, and I have been working for 2 years to try to get Brown's Funeral Home denied. Thank you. Okay, now, I'd like to move on in the agenda, and I want to make sure I'm moving on to the correct thing. I believe the next thing on the agenda is, just a moment, is it the executive closed session? Is that correct?
No. No, it's the closing of City Hall. Mr. May's special order.
The special order. Mm-hmm. Now, there was one special order before that, and that was Ms. Worthing's emergency rules and adding the resolution.
Those were after the executive session.
I beg your pardon?
Those were after the executive session, special order on rules and water litigation.
Okay, so you're saying that Mr. Mays' request to discuss Resolution 200488 is next?
I don't... Is that the discussion item?
Well, it wasn't a discussion item. It was on there to discuss the resolution.
No. It was to discuss the closing of City Hall and the COVID emergency.
Let me just look at my notes. You're correct. That was after public comment. So we will now have that particular special order. Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam President, to the council and to the residents of the city of Flint, as most of us all should know, that we just finished the presidential election where COVID-19 was a central issue, whether it was being done properly by the president. We also had an uptick early on, and we had, in my opinion, some bad things happen in our water department with some employees. And so last week, we called a special meeting to discuss what I'm discussing right now, which is the state of emergency ordinance. Through you, Madam President, to Ms. Wheeler, we do have a state of emergency ordinance, correct?
Ms. Wheeler?
Yes, there is a local ordinance that does cover what to do in disaster.
Okay, and we are operating under that ordinance. It would be in effect now. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, that is in effect along with the state emergency law that supersedes the supersedes.
Ms. Wheeler, it would be quicker if you could just answer.
Mr. Mays, could you please let her finish speaking before you then start speaking again? You're talking over each other. You asked her a question. Please allow her to answer your question.
Yeah, just to finish up my response, I said that yes, there is the ordinance provision, but the order of it is that the state law will always supersede or pair with that. So if something changes with the state law, it should also follow with the local ordinance.
Ms. Wheeler, and to the President, once I get the floor, I've got a certain reason to expeditiously fly through these foundational questions and then get to the meat of my point. But I have no problem sitting and listening to long answers that's kind of yes or no. And even if we have to do it, I'll do it. I'm in no hurry. I can recess tonight and meet 5 days out of the week to take care of the city's business. So whatever is your pleasures, just don't treat me just like you treat her. It's a special order. I know what I'm doing. Ms. Wheeler, in fact, that emergency ordinance has been in the play since about March. Would that be a fair statement? And we're now in November. Is that a correct statement?
It's always in effect. It's an ordinance, so it is in effect, and it remains in effect because it's a city ordinance.
And are you familiar with that ordinance?
Yes, it's a few. Yes, it's a lot of sections. It's a whole chapter 14.
Are you familiar with the section of Chapter 14 that talks about the legislative body, which would be the city council, having the authority to, when the mayor makes an order or a curfew or anything of that nature? Are you familiar with the section that states that under that ordinance or law that the city council should review it, look at it, amend it, agree with it, modify it, change it? Are you familiar with that? Anything to that effect in the law?
Yeah, it's not exactly as you're saying it, but yeah, I am familiar with what you're speaking of.
So, do we need you to read it exactly? Am I not explaining it to the effect of what it says? The mayor can do and say some things when City Hall or the city is under curfew, when City Hall might open or close, whether we do testing rules and regulations. Doesn't it say that that stuff can be looked at by council, changed, amended, agreed with, modified, leave it the same? Don't it say that?
Yeah, it says it for the modification by the council and the modification by the mayor.
That is correct. And so, isn't it some language in there? The exact language, wouldn't it say that the mayor shall convene with the council expediently? Are you familiar with any language to that effect?
Yeah, let me get to that section so we can quote it exactly.
That would be super tremendous as we try to protect the people's health and safety in this emergency under COVID-19. That would be super.
Yeah, it says in 14-17, the mayor may exercise the emergency power and authority as specified herein, whenever a situation requires or is likely to require that the mayor invoke such power and authority, he shall assume as reasonably expedient convene the council to perform its legislative and administrative duties as the situation demands, and shall report to the body relative to the activities. And that's just one part.
Now, that part says that he may exercise some emergency authority. It says may. But then it goes on to say he shall, in a reasonable time, expediently convene with the council to go over this stuff, and then we can exercise our power to amend, leave the same, agree, disagree. Wouldn't it be reasonable to think that... Let me finish, please, Ms. Fields. Will you deal with this? You deal with me.
Wait a moment, Ms. Wheeler. Please don't interrupt Mr. Mays either. Please don't interrupt each other. Allow each other to complete your sentences. So, Mr. Mays, you proceed.
Ms. Wheeler, in fact, we can all read. And I'm telling you, in fact, it's unreasonable that we would go from March to November. People have died in City Hall, employees. I have tried to articulate that we should be doing COVID testing in City Hall more so than just taking temperatures. And isn't it a fact that under this law, the mayor has not convened in a reasonable amount of time to do this? Not once.
Are you asking?
Yeah, I'm asking you, in your legal opinion, do you think it's been reasonable that we should go from March to November and he ain't convened with us once expediently?
That's not correct, because you have to look back at your council meetings where the mayor came to the meeting. Now, I can't tell you when that is off the top, but I have to be fair to what the record says. And the record says and reflects, and you have to look at your own, these are your meetings, that the mayor appeared and gave a report. So we have to go by what the record says. It can't be my personal opinion about it. It has to be the accurate record reflection. And it says here, it says reasonably expedient. He shall, as soon as reasonably expedient. So you have to look at that, and you also have to take it in the totality of the information, because there's been an exercise of emergency powers in conjunction with the city council to allow for the emergency to continue beyond the 30 days. And that is because of the support of the city council.
Let me say this, Ms. Wheeler, if you're done. Let me say this. Ain't nobody reading this law gonna believe, as I check our records, that the mayor convened that meeting. I requested the mayor come to that meeting. Mr. Winfrey continuously wouldn't vote for a subpoena. He said he could talk to the mayor and believe he'd come, and he did that. And the mayor came not for the purpose to convene expediently, but to give us an update. The law don't require I get an update. It requires that he convene expediently with the council, and we go over the policies, rules, and regulations, whether City Hall closed, whether it's open, whether we test employees at Shiloh, or whether we test them at the City Hall if his wife is really connected with them tests. See, my job is to analyze what I read in the newspaper. My job is to protect the employees, not just in police and fire, but in the water department, street maintenance. Do we have an uptick in City Hall right now in street maintenance that you know of, Ms. Wheeler?
Understand that publicly protected information is not something that I can talk about in a public meeting. That goes through the Human Resources Department, but this body has empowered the city to be able to implement.
It's Human Resources on the line. Point of information. Point of information.
Mr. Mays, you're out of order. Once again.
Point of information.
You were over speaking Ms. Wheeler. Please let her finish, and then you can then resume having the floor. What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
It's Human Resources on the line. From you to the speaker, Ms. Wheeler.
Yes.
I didn't get to finish what I was saying.
Yes. Go ahead.
Mr. Mays, apparently he's on the line. Is that Mr. Smith? Eddie Smith?
Yes, it is.
Let her finish.
Okay.
Yeah, what I was saying was that one, these policies that the council has allowed the city to adopt have empowered the city to make sure that we are doing things for the employees as a whole by adopting policies of what you do when you have a COVID positive test, to make sure that there's mandatory testing, that there is disinfectant procedures, that are all types of different things that we have. And we even have another policy that we were presenting tonight to also help with making sure that we do what we can for folks to stay safe. So everything that we've been working on since this happened is part and parcel in conjunction from the administration to the city council working together, because we couldn't adopt them without the council. So, like I said, this is something that is extremely important. And one other thing, and I believe this was done, so I just want to go back to 14-A, and you can take a look at it and read your copy. It talked about the mayor reporting to the body relative to emergency activities, and I believe that is what happened. If my memory serves me right, that the mayor did report on emergency activity. So I'm just going off my memory, but the record will speak what the actual accuracy is.
Miss Wheeler, I'm glad you're going off of your memory and not the record, because the record gonna show, and I'm gonna use this word on purpose, he ain't convened with us since March to November on this specific issue. Now, that's the word. Now time, no time, zero, nada. He showed up when I requested it, and this council wouldn't subpoena him. People were dying. This council, in my opinion, has a duty and a responsibility to use their joint power, 5, 6, or more, in order to live up to the law. The law don't say that the Human Resource Director should convene with the council immediately, expediently. The law don't say that the city attorney should convene with the council expediently. It don't say that Clyde Edwards, the city administrator, should convene with the council expediently. This is business between elected officials in an open meeting for the residents and the employees to hear as we plot these people who are essential workers mandated by the mayor and department heads to be in City Hall. Now, I know how long they've been doing testing with thermometers in the parking garage. I don't know the protocol coming up through the garage, because I done come both ways. So don't try to play me on law. It don't say human resources. It don't say you. It say the mayor shall convene. It don't say we should have to beg and call him for months. Now that's what the law say. Through you, Madam President, to the Human Resource Director, she say you can tell me, it seems she's implying, if she ain't saying it, that you can tell me if we got an uptick in street maintenance or employees out. Do we?
We have a number of, I would say, complaints from employees, and we've been checking on those. We've also been providing COVID testing to all of our employees in street maintenance, and sending those through Hurley Medical Center. We've also been...
So we've got a policy and a plan now to send them to Hurley for testing.
Mr. Mays, once again, please, you're asking for a speaker to respond to your question. Please let them finish speaking before then you take the floor again and speak over them. Mr. Smith, were you finished?
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
As I was saying, sir, you are the Human Relations Director, Human Resources, rather, and your name is, how should I address you? Because there's so much mess with appointees that Governmental Operations Committee and others haven't allowed me to keep up in between being wrongfully removed from finance chair, vice, and meetings. What is your name?
You're out of order. You're not being germane to this. You being removed wrongfully is not germane to the special order or your questions of Mr. Smith. Please state germane to the topic. Proceed.
It's germane because I would have did it 2 meetings ago because people are dying. I'm moving expeditiously now and you nitpicking. I'm simply asking him, how should I address you? What's your name, sir?
My name is Eddie Smith.
Beg your pardon, I can hardly hear you. You sound muffled.
Okay, my name is Eddie Smith.
Mr. Smith, I remember, I think, when you was appointed. I don't know if I was paid to participate or not, but we got litigation for that. Let me say this, Mr. Smith. Is there any policies or protocols that y'all are working on that ain't in place as it relates to testing on site?
We do not do testing on site. We do checking. We do checking of temperature on site, and we do testing through Hurley Medical Center.
Let me ask you this question. Have you ever, how often do we test off-site for these employees?
Excuse me, Mr. Mays, I'm getting a lot of feedback. Addict Janelle, can you grab that? Thank you. Mr. Mays, proceed.
How often do we require any testing? Only when it's symptoms or when somebody complains do we have any testing protocol in place other than how do we decide to send them to Hurley for testing and how often?
We send testing whenever there's an identified complaint or there's an identified COVID that's been identified or COVID virus identified, and we send testing in. We usually test everyone at that location.
Yeah, well, I want to implement some testing more regularly with city employees. That's essential and mandated to work. I want to be a little more proactive. So did I understand you right to say there had been a number of complaints in street maintenance here lately?
There have been complaints, yes, and that was addressed, and we've tested everyone in street maintenance. We not only tested everyone in street maintenance, but many of those that were identified not to have COVID, we had them aware of that. But in addition to that, we also sanitized the facility twice, and we sanitized not only the building itself, from head to toe, front to back. We've sanitized and disinfected even the vehicles.
Are you familiar with HIPAA law?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Is it against HIPAA law to tell me publicly whether or not we've had 1, 2, 3, or 10 cases in the maintenance department? Is that a violation of HIPAA law?
I think it's, precautionary at best. And the reason for that is because not knowing who works there, and we're in a public forum here, I would be cautious about talking about HIPAA violations or a possible HIPAA violation, or identifying a location where others may know that know of people that work there. So HIPAA is a very, delicate, law that I would say we would be careful about saying anything about that.
Oh, I would be careful and I would be lawful, but what throws me for a loop, I watch this COVID process, and I would see a plant, for example, it might not be accurate, in Warren, Michigan, a General Motors plant in Flint, and we knew in those organizations when a violation had come up, and I was an elected union rep. And I don't think that General Motors would be letting that get on the news and reporting it or saying nothing about it in violation of HIPAA. So what I'm hearing here, so what should we do? convene with the mayor in executive session and then get a report as the legislative body who got to make laws? Is that what you're suggesting, that we get our information in order to set good policy in executive session?
I'm not going to, make a recommendation either way. You asked me about HIPAA, and I'm giving you the best answer that I possibly can.
So if I ask you directly, excuse me, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So if I ask you directly, have we had any upticks in any departments, you would or would not tell me?
I think I would, because you're city council, I would share that with you. What I would hate to do, and I'd like to share that offline, and to go over that in more detail.
Okay, well, I tell you what, you can call me at 810-922-4860, and you can call me offline, and then I'll take it from there. But I'm very disappointed that we can't talk about any occurrences of employees as it relates to their health and safety and welfare in a timely manner. I'm glad I convened this one, and I'm trying to convene it expeditiously, because when it comes to, even though they're talking vaccine now, and it might be a little off, and we're looking at the pecking order as how that'll be applied, I've been fighting and dealing with essential frontline workers in City Hall, whether they were in water, street maintenance, the finance department, police, and fire. And here we are almost out of vaccine, and we can't get a mayor to meet once. And my memory is just as good as Ms. Wheeler's, and I don't remember him convening with us expeditiously. I'll see how many other colleagues do. More importantly, I'll see at the end of this special order, as I take a breath and have made my point somewhat very well, I'll see if I'm able to see if and when they will convene a meeting and order or subpoena this man to come. And if he don't come, will they on their own start making policies to protect these employees and to see who's mandated to be here and who working at home? If they don't want us together for Thanksgiving and they're saying just hold on, I wouldn't care if the whole city hall had to be shut down for 3 weeks. We need to talk about this openly, offline, online, expediently. Now, I requested this special order, Madam President and Council. I've said what I had to say because I'm just being courteous for time, and I'm being courteous to the agenda. But, Madam President, if my colleagues don't say nothing, I'll close it out. If any of them do, I'll still like to say something after I hear what's going on with the colleagues and the votes based on what I've already opened up. Thank you so much. Hello? Is anybody on the phone other than me?
Mr. Mays, I'm sorry, I was muted. I said thank you, Mr. Mays, and then I asked, would any other council member like to speak on this special order? Anyone else like to speak on this special order? Well, then I would like to say something. I'd like to say that I don't know if Mr. Mays remembers, but I've actually already made a referral for the next council meeting to invite the mayor to come under a special order to come speak about these issues. So that request has already been put in. Also, I do remember the mayor coming to a meeting and talking about the city measures regarding COVID and what City Hall was doing. So I also don't remember the exact date, but he certainly did come at the request of council, and I think you're nitpicking on the mayor will convene. The mayor showed up at our request and did the same thing that was being requested. So I think this can be handled with an invitation that allows the mayor to know in advance when we would like him to come for a special order. Now, would you like to say anything else, Mr. Mays?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. When you trying to follow law, it ain't nitpicking. When you understand the spirit of the law, if any mayor, if a mayor can call a press conference and talk to Channel 12, issue press releases about policy through Marjorie Raymer, and it becomes law in the city of Flint for close to 100,000 people. I'm not nitpicking. The spirit and the letter of the law say the mayor shall convene. We shouldn't have to beg, shouldn't have to ask, shouldn't have to read about these things. And it should be done in a reasonable amount of time. So you and Miss Wheeler can keep saying, and when she look at the record, oh, it was on your request, you're nitpicking. No, I'm talking law in an emergency. The executive branch and the legislative branch. See, I know my job, and I know my position. And I'm telling you, whether it was Mayor Weaver, Mayor Neely, or Mayor Wally, and I done worked up under all of them, I don't bite my tongue when it comes to the law, because you don't bite yours when it comes to rules. Ordinances are bigger than rules, and you remove me, in my opinion, on rules wrongfully. And then the charter is bigger than an ordinance. So we're not nitpicking when we raise these issues and call for these special orders. And you months late saying I was going to do that at the next meeting. You know how many people can die by the next meeting? Is it a special meeting? Is it an emergency meeting in the next 2 days? Where was everybody at? You mean 5 council people, as the speaker said, who normally vote together, 3 white, 1 black, and 1 Hispanic, and that same mayor, all of them coincidentally couldn't make a phone call. These ain't meetings you have to come to make a quorum. You can call in. I did 3 meetings from California. That should be punishment for a lack of attendance, particularly when you're the president and the vice and all these committee chairs. My goodness.
Mr. Mays, you're getting off topic. Please,
no, I'm not. You're being argumentative and interrupting because I'm criticizing government. I'm speaking truth to power. And you can do that in politics. I'm doing it politely, I'm doing it sternly, and I'm doing it to protect the employees and the residents of this city as it relates to COVID-19. And I'm doing it in an open meeting, and you don't like it. Let's see when you gonna move on this. And what if Winfrey Carter and I called another meeting? Would you pick up the phone and have the mayor there? Would you pick up the phone and be there? You're not gonna run it the way you want when it comes to saving these employees' lives. Now I want to find out offline or online whether Betty Wiseman and people in street maintenance was affected by COVID-19.
Please be very careful.
Oh, I am very careful, ma'am. You just have to be very careful when you get nervous about a bridge and our freedom of speech and our right mandated under law as council people to inquire of the executive branch, and particularly in an emergency, because everybody is watching, and my job is to make it perfectly clear and plain. I look forward to the meeting where we can spend time with the legislative and executive branch. I don't need no updates, Ms. Fields, like when it came last time. I don't need y'all ruling me out of order for trying to get to the business. I ain't gonna be politicked by you and the mayor at the risk of people's lives, particularly employees in City Hall. I was a union guy. I want Sam Moomer at that same meeting. I want the union there too.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Are you finished?
Yeah.
The vaccine almost here. The emergency almost finished, and he ain't showed up yet, and you've been aiding and abetting this wrongness.
Madam President?
Mr. Mays, are you finished? Are you willing to give someone else a chance to speak?
For now, but if she go in, I'm coming right back, maybe. We'll see. I'm finished for now. I'm glad I requested this special order. Thank you for your courtesy, which we have a right to have. It ain't nothing you've given us.
Ms. Worthing, you have the floor.
I would just like to say that I would like to thank Mayor Neely for caring about his employees in the city of Flint. And he declared, and hold on, sweetie, sorry. He declared an emergency and shut down City Hall before even the governor shut down the state. So I believe that he's been very attentive to the needs of city employees. People who can work from home are working from home. I appreciate that council hasn't had committee meetings, so that has limited contact for council staff. And I know I get all the emails about what employees have to do to even come into work, and it's a lot. So I do feel that the mayor cares greatly. He also gives updates every Saturday about the city and COVID and such. So I feel pretty secure in what the mayor has done so far, and I appreciate that. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Worthing. Okay, I would like to now move on to the next thing on the agenda, which I believe, Janelle, is the executive closed session. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, could we hear from the city attorney, please?
Yes, the city attorney's office requests that you go into a closed session for purposes of discussing pending civil litigation, and since having an open meeting would have a detrimental effect, we would request that in the matter of Euless Van Pelt versus City of Flint. This is workers' compensation case number W180085, 1851. And that comes under, just bear with me 1 minute. That comes under MCL 15.263. I'm sorry, I apologize. I think I'm on the wrong section here. MCL 15.268, subsection E, to consult with an attorney regarding trial or pending settlement strategy in connection with specific pending litigation.
Thank you. Do I have a motion from council?
Point of request for information.
What is your request for information, Ms. Galloway?
Madam President, did we agree to vote? Are we only on one executive session? Is that what we're voting on right now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Only the one stated by Ms. Wheeler.
And that, can she repeat the name again, please?
Yes, it is Euless Van Pelt for the City of Flint. This is compensation case number W18001851.
Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President,
Mr. Gregg?
I make a motion we go into executive session.
There's been a motion. Is there a second?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Davis?
I second.
It's been moved and seconded. I can't remember. Is there discussion on this?
No.
Yes. Point of order.
Yes, it is.
Well, several people are speaking out of turn, except for Ms. Galloway, who actually called a privileged motion. What is your point of order?
I just was saying that there is discussion before executive session.
Okay, well, there's not really been a breach of the rules. I just asked if anyone knew, so thank you for that clarification. So I don't have to rule. It's not actually a point of order. So, any discussion?
Yeah, Madam President, I think if you're going to make this thing work, particularly if you don't know all the rules, you just got to call on people and be courteous. If it's crazy, go to the rules. I'm giving you some good advice. You asked the question, is it discussion? Yeah, it is. It is. It is. And so we just trying to, as y'all say, move the meeting along. My point is this. I will be willing to bet the public that's listening, when we come out of executive session, it's a resolution on this that's going to be acted on tonight through you, Madam President, to the city attorney, correct? It's up for action tonight, correct? And how much is the money amount?
That is, I'm just looking for the resolution so I can get the exact amount, but the amount is approximately $38,000. I need to find the resolution.
And it's a workman compensation claim. Have we been on an executive session on this before?
No.
Okay. I'm going to make a prediction. We take the time and go in executive session, but when we come out, y'all watch it. I'm going to say I'm 79-81% sure it's going to probably pass for action. I'll be curious to see what we go in executive session for. I'll vote to go in executive session, but I think, we could get by. Through you, Madam President, to Ms. Wheeler. Ms. Wheeler, is it a legitimate practice that if something is coming up for executive session, you can call individual council people individually and talk to them about it?
Yeah. I mean, it's not a problem for me to call because I'm not a part of the council. I can talk to individual council members. I'm not subject to.
I seem to agree with that, and I seem to agree that the violation would come if council members start talking to each other in any kind of round robin. And so that's why I look at when council people do stuff the same coincidentally. I say it must have been some kind of round robin. But in fact, in this type of workman comp litigation, I want to go in executive session, but I think it's going to be a waste of time because I'm going to predict when we come out of this type of session, and I'm knowing people can be hipped about it individually, it's going to pass. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no to go into executive session for the reasons stated by Attorney Wheeler. So you've all been given an email with the number to call. Do any of you need that number texted to you?
Yeah, I need it text to me.
Yeah, Santino here. Can I get it texted to me again?
Madam President, this is Davina.
Hello, Davina.
Hi, I've actually just resent to everyone a new number because that time expired, so everyone should have a new email from me within the last 10 or 15 minutes with new information. But I will text
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Could you text that to me versus email? I can't speak for nobody but me.
Yes, I'll get it for you, Mr. Mays.
Okay, thank you. Well, we will now go into executive session. We'll return.
sit there driving your Lexus home to that $250,000 house, you pull into the garage so not to sweat out that Kenneth Cole suit. Walking past the damask satin furniture set, the old Ralph Lauren bedroom set, turn on that Philip Magnify's flat screen TV. The 6 o'clock news is on. An image matching the same complexion as yours appears on the screen. Why can't those people follow the law? Look, I achieved the American dream through hard work. I made it. Wondering why you were never invited to the golf club, even though you worked overtime and sacrificed your time for corporate America, a company you don't even own. Donating money to the Republican Party, trying your hardest to fit in around people who don't give a damn about your problems, who only care whether you appear at work and give them the best years of your life. Not realizing that you shook. To you, Africa ain't nothing but a continent full of jungles and lions and tigers and elephants. You can't name one ancient empire, but all 41 presidents? A small-minded world consisting of the perimeters of your home and your job, not realizing the triumphs and the trials of your blood, believing that the battle is over. It just went underground. Yo, thick lips, wide nose, and woolly hair. How you wish you could lighten your skin, or have your hair long and blonde and bouncy like Pamela Anderson Lee. Never mind the millions of people who lay in the sun to look like you. That trophy wife or your blind wig won't make you more accepting when you get pulled over. The Jakes won't see your trophy wife, or your Lexus, or your new house. All they see is your black skin. Denying who you are, your culture, and your ancestry. Living a black-faced Eurocentric life, hoping your daughter or son go off to that Ivy League school so they can be a credit to their race. Ignorant to the fact that your ancestors were the inspiration for ancient civilizations. But that don't matter to you. You're too materialistic, too commercial. You're a black Anglo-Saxon.
Looking good in that dress when I first saw you cross the room. I could tell right away by your smile life been good to you. Oh yes it has. When we step on the floor, everyone around us had to look. They probably wondering who you were. Can dance all night, that will be alright. Let me hold you tight. You got everything I like. Come on now, baby, here's your chance to do something brand new. Oh, baby, just follow this line. Now you're dancing to the hustle blues. Now if I move a little slow, it's because I can't concentrate. I can't help it, but my eyes keep staring at your lovely shape. Oh yes it is. I wish I knew your name and your number, girl, where you live. Tell me, baby, 'cause I'll be working overtime. Anything you want, I try to get. Let me hold you tight, that will be alright. I wanna make you mine. We'll be dancing all the time. Come on now, baby, here's your chance to do something brand new. Just follow this line, now you're dancing to the hustle blues. guitar. We can dance all night, yeah, that will be alright. Let me hold you tight. You got everything I like. Come on now, baby, here's your chance to do something brand new. Oh, baby, just follow this line. Now you're dancing to the hustle blues. Come on now, baby, here's your chance to do something brand new. Just follow this line, now you're dancing to the hustle blues. Come on, guitar.
Are we in?
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
We're waiting on Ms. Fields.
Sorry, I had trouble getting on my map, on the app. Is everyone here?
Yes, ma'am.
They are. Okay, then I would like to return to the meeting. Next, we have on the agenda a couple of things that I think are going to take a long time for that reason, and it's already after 10 o'clock at night. We have a lot of business left on the agenda. For that reason, I'd like to call a recess until Monday, November 30th at 5:30 p.m. Would someone like to make that motion?
Is she, Madam President? Madam Chair.
Ms. Worthing?
I'd like to make a motion to recess until next Monday at 5:30. I forgot what the date was.
I believe it's November 30th.
November
Is there a
30th.
second to that motion?
Madam President,
Mr. Gregg?
I'd like to second that.
The motion has been seconded. There is no debate on a recess. Roll call, please.
Wait, or call for the, information. Madam, can you repeat what we're voting on, please, Madam President?
We're voting to recess until Monday, November 30th at 5:30.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Roll call.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
No.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Vote is 6 yes, 3 no.
Vote is 6 yes, 3 no. We are recessed, and we'll return to the agenda where we left off. We're recessed until November 30th, Monday at 5:30 p.m. Thank you.
Goodbye.